G'day, mate. 40 here. So I never graduated from college, but I got a PhD in failure and humiliation. And the more you fail at life, right, the more humiliated you feel, the more desperate you become for a magic key. And I'm speaking from first-hand experience. It was a sense of futility, desperate failure and humiliation that opened me up to the wise teachings of Dennis Prager and led me on a journey that culminated in conversion to Orthodox Judaism. But was that the end of my search for a magic key? No, it was not. I then embraced the Alexander technique, a method of noticing how one responds to stimuli and then learns to let go of all those responses that don't serve you. But was that enough? No, then I embraced 12-step programs. And there was a teaching in the big book that was particularly appealing to me. It said something like, we learned that when we are disturbed, it means that there's something wrong with us. And isn't that a wonderful idea, if only it were true, that if we are disturbed, that means there's something wrong with us? But we are more social and socially dependent than this teaching suggests. Usually, most of the time, when we are disturbed, it is because it is a sane, normal, healthy, adaptive reaction to the disturbing situation that we're in. Right? You're sitting on a train track, and a train is bearing down on you, and you're feeling disturbed by the train bearing down on you, telling yourself, oh, I'm only disturbed because there's something wrong with me rather than outside of me, is not an adaptive response. And so for the past few years, I've been learning about the beauties of emotional sobriety because it's been a major theme of two of my favorite 12-step teachers, Alan Berger and this other bloke whose name I'm forgetting. And then I just realized how largely fraudulent and maladaptive this idea is. I started listening to Dennis Prager in 1988 on KBC radio. And then a few years in, I noticed that the more I listened to Dennis Prager, the angrier and more frustrated I grew, and the more I failed at life. And so many things that we think are saving us and sustaining us are poisoning us. So take a setting from many Richard Russo novels, an industrial town in the middle of the country. And there is one dominant industry in that town that feeds the town, sustains the town. But that industry is also pouring out toxins and poisons that is also killing the town. So often what is saving us and what we feel sustains us and what we experience as giving us purpose and meaning and direction in life is also killing us. So you can embrace the Alexander technique or a 12-step program or religion or self-help or yoga, right, to such an extent that you do far more damage to yourself than good. You can exercise too much. You can drink too much water. You can do religion in a bad way. You can do politics in a bad way. So I just realized, I think just over the past week, how this kick that I've been on about being inner directed and inner validated and how powerful that is, I just realized what a fiction that is. So here's some of my favorite 12-steppers.
It's a week, right? Or whatever the lies are that, we've assembled over the years. And it takes the energy out of it, and it puts that separation between me and the lie, and I could start to work on it. So it really stood out for me tonight.
And this is hilarious because I love and respect these people, but they're talking about realizing the lie that they've been living, but the lie that they are now embracing is one that they're completely unaware of.
It's a powerful moment when you realize I've been lying to myself. That's powerful. That's such a powerful moment, man. It just there's what happens is it starts to reorganize our personality in some very significant ways.
And it's the paradoxical theory of change. Is that what it's called?
Exactly.
So I have to name it to claim it. It's in AA parlance.
I claim it to change it.
Claim it to change it. There you go.
And it's also what's so freeing at the same time. Like what we contract around.
So Alan Berger here is the author and the guru of this group. And people are, praising and validating his insights, many of which are valuable, but also many of which are fictional and destructive.
And hold is actually the medicine to free us.
Mm-hmm. That's a great way to say it, Carly. Yeah, isn't it interesting that the cure is in the problem? Mm-hmm.
It's like a homeopathic remedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Most of the time, when you feel that you are about to get fired, it's because you're about to get fired. Most of the time, when you're freaking out that your partner is about to leave you, it's because your partner is about to leave you. Most of the time, when you feel like you've been humiliated in an interaction, it's because you've been humiliated in an interaction. Most of the time, when you are filled with fear about your finances, it's because the nature of your finances are worthy of being afraid. So this idea that we can just be all internally validated and just get it all sorted out inside and just simply doesn't work. So what also doesn't work is the mainstream media and conservatism and the MAGA movement trying to deride and put down and finish and demolish Nick Fuentes. Right? Just doesn't work. This is Mark Halperin Friday.
On this character Nick Fuentes. Now, I know enough about the community here to know that some of you know exactly who Nick Fuentes is. You're familiar with his oeuvre. You know why he's controversial. And some of you, maybe the older demographic, maybe, it's like, who's Nick Fuentes? Why is Mark talking about somebody I've never heard of? Well, this is such an important moment for the conservative movement. The cast of characters are connected here. Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, the guy who's the head of the Heritage Foundation, the president, the vice president, so many others, Meghan McCain, so many people weighing in on all of this. And our guests today, Ricky Schlatt, New York Post columnist, and Ileana Johnson are here. And they're
so about 6 weeks ago, Patrick Bet-David did a very respectful interview with Nick Fuentes, and then that was followed last week by Tucker Carlson releasing this very respectful interview with Nick Fuentes. So for years, I think Tucker would just use cheap put downs on Nick, and Conservatism Incorporated ran through the entire playbook of put downs and slurs to try to diminish Nick Fuentes. And Nick has only emerged stronger from all these put downs. So now they're trying different tactics.
Nick Fuentes, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I wanted to meet you. I've heard about you.
I've heard about you.
So, well, thank you. I want to understand what you believe.
So this is usually performative. Whenever I hear a host say, I want to understand, right, if they have 3 brain cells in their brain, they already understand what their guests believe, right? It's just fake.
And I want to give you a chance in a minute to...
And so the reason that Nick often bests his rivals in Conservatism Incorporated is because for all his flaws, he comes across more authentically and less performatively than those using the cheap put downs.
Just lay it out, not what you're pivoting against, which are a lot of the same thing. I agree with you on some of the things you're pivoting against for sure, but what do you affirmatively believe? So I just want to stand back and let you explain it. But first I want to understand how you got to where you are, how you became Nick Fuentes. So this is my understanding of your life arc, and tell me if I'm wrong. You show up at Boston University.
Nick Fuentes was radicalized by Dennis Prager, right? Nick Fuentes began his communal political journey in the Prager Force. All right. What is the Prager Force? Right. According to its website, are you tired of the woke mob infiltrating our schools and workplaces? Join our community of free thinking high school, college students, and young professionals. Together, we use digital media to change minds, promote American values, and build meaningful connections with thousands of other patriots around the world. So Nick got his start in politics as a teenager in the Prager Force. He was then radicalized on race by Mark Levine. Then Nick became an acolyte of Ben Shapiro. So what the hell happened here?
You grew up in a suburb of Chicago, kind of working class, western suburb, and you show up at Boston University in the fall of 2016 at the height of the battle between Trump and Hillary. It's like this kind of pivot point in history. And you show up with a MAGA hat, and you have a Trump hat, and you have basically off-the-shelf Republican views?
was very political. I was reading a lot of the libertarian stuff, Austrian school, Chicago school, economic type literature, because that's what was popular at the time. If you went online in the early 2010s, that's all the conservative content there really was. That was the most extremely online type
Libertarian
stuff.
economics.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, guys, why would you ever want to be more right-wing than Ben Shapiro?
Basically, kind of the remnant of the Ron Paul revolution.
Yes.
The Young Americans for Liberty, PragerU, which kind of skews a little more, I guess, conservative, but very basic small government, individualism, libertarian type stuff.
So you watch PragerU videos?
Oh, yeah. I was in the Prager Force.
What's that?
It's a Facebook group for college kids, and they promote the PragerU videos.
Wow.
To the college students and high school students.
So you really were a product of the moment.
Absolutely.
And how'd you feel about Trump?
Well, initially, I didn't like Trump.
Guess what? We are all largely products of the moment. We're primarily products of our genes, the moment, combined with our early imprinting.
When the primary started in 2015, I considered him to be a statist.
Yeah.
Which sounds so ridiculous now.
No, a lot of people thought that.
Yeah. And I was a libertarian, so I saw him as a big government, 1990s liberal. When he was asked about healthcare, he said, well, we'll take care of everybody. And I said, I'm a Rand Paul guy, Ted Cruz guy. Those were kind of my people back in 2015.
You like Ted Cruz?
I was a cruise missile.
Does Cruz know that?
I don't think so, no. I was actually on his campaign.
You were on the Ted Cruz campaign?
I don't know if I was on the campaign, but I door knocked in a little village in Chicago, in McKinley Park, for Ted Cruz.
No way.
In the Illinois primary.
Did he write you a thank you note?
No, I didn't get a thank you. He lost, so I guess.
Yeah, he did. He did in a very humiliating way. Wow, that's amazing. So what happened?
So I, like everybody else in 2016, went through this ideological awakening. And first, I shifted to Trump. And the first realization that I had is it started in 2016, actually, because the primaries, started in 15, around April or May, I think was the first.
So I've spent hours decoding Nick Fuentes, which is not my preferred way of spending my time. Right? I've never had much interest in listening to any teenager or person in his 20s, right, opining on politics, culture, and religion. I just don't think that people in their teens and 20s have much wisdom about such things. So I wasn't interested in the political philosophy of a teenage Ben Shapiro or a 20-something Ben Shapiro or a 30-something Ben Shapiro. It's just not my thing. But to understand him, you have to put him as proper genre, right? To understand anyone or anything, you have to put them in their proper genre. So if you expect Nicholas Fuentes to be as precise as a highly accomplished forensic accountant, you are going to be disappointed. If you expect Nicholas Fuentes to optimize for truth, you are going to be disappointed. If you expect Nicholas Fuentes to be an effective performer to marginalize losers, young men who are failing at life, and grab and sustain their attention, then you'll understand the situation, the genre in which he plays. So he's a lot like right-wing talkers, all right? He is manufacturing outrage and presenting himself as the warrior on your behalf against the perfidious elites. Right, so you don't want to read an electricity bill the same way that you read a love poem. You don't want to read a New York Times news story the same way that you would read an academic paper, right? Genre tells you how to read, what expectations you should bring, what kind of truth the text is offering, what sort of response it's asking for. So when you mix up your genres, you misread the content and the intent, right? Each genre carries its own contract, right? A scientific paper promises verifiable evidence. A sermon promises religious, moral, spiritual guidance. A meme promises amusement and a signal. So confusing these contracts creates false authority or false scandal, right? A genre decides what counts as truth. In an audit report, truth means accuracy. In a poem, means emotional resonance. In a political performance, it means building group identity. So understanding the genre protects you from manipulation. It places things in proportion. It should keep your moral panic in check, and it clarifies the audience and the purpose. So it's a compass, right? Without it, you wander between literalism and credulity, right? With the understanding of the proper genre, you not only see what is being said, hear what is being said, but you understand the game the speaker is playing, right? You shouldn't expect scholarship or truth optimization from Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro, Patrick Bet-David, right? They're all playing in a different genre. They're not academics. They're not reporters. What they share is performance and persuasion, right? A hybrid of talk radio infotainment and motivational branding, right? It's the influence, debate, showman genre, right? They all favor spectacle over truth and study, right? They are performing conviction. They are performing confidence. They are performing certain emotions, right? They are indignant. They feel betrayed. They're proud. They're vindicated. They're performing tribal theater. They're performing moral clarity through compression, right? Remove variables and just boil things down. They are performing a business, right? They are monetizing their conviction, and they are building upon the former dominant types of right-wing media, such as talk radio and revival preaching, right? They don't come from the world of scholarship or reporting, right? They're more like the traveling evangelist, the self-help impresario. They are performing conviction as entertainment, right? They are in the same business as Alex Jones.
Announcements. And I had very negative feelings about Trump. And like I said, pro Rand Paul, pro Cruz. But when the actual Iowa caucus happened and the primaries began, I saw that Trump was dominating. And every night in the Super Tuesday, when they had all the big contests, one after the other, I remember the media was furious that he was winning one after the other. And I remember thinking to myself, like, structurally, if I'm a libertarian or a conservative and we want to change the country, we have to win elections. If you want to win elections, you have to bypass the media. I sort of had this realization that the media was...
No, that's not true. The media isn't changing people's political opinions. Now, some wise comments in the chat from Bob Altberger. Nick Fuentes is like Alex Jones. You cannot assimilate him to the mainstream right-wing politics of conservatism incorporated, but you cannot alienate him either, right? He is a valued ally. And so the right has to perform a dance with Alex Jones and with Nick Fuentes, all right? Combine with him on some things and distance yourself from him on other things. Remember when Trump went on Alex Jones to get his support and capture his audience? And then he goes to Alex Jones. And will J.D. Vance go for the same playbook? I would expect so. Vance would be called a Nazi if he did, but he does have an Indian wife, which renders that whole argument mute and illogical. And how does Nick Fuentes feel about Dennis Prager's bathroom mishap that has rendered Prager paraplegic? I'm not sure that Nick has spoken about it. But Nick is hilarious. Nick was on my show in the great Jim Go Saturday Night Massacre. He is very good at what he does. Now, what he does and what he's good at is not something that I value, but I recognize he's hilarious and he comes across more effectively, more authentically, and he deals with forbidden topics often more persuasively than Conservatism Incorporated.
Was really standing in the way.
Course.
They were the problem. And I had this realization that all the conservatives and Republicans up to that point were afraid to take on the media.
So I'm not a gamer. I don't play video games. And so Nick Fuentes is like a foreign creature to me, right? So if you treat him as a reporter, a political theorist, he sounds incoherent, right? If you treat him like Destiny, like Hassan Piker as gamer streamers, then they make perfect sense. Right? Nick's whole world, the cadence, the memes, the in-jokes, the audience dynamics, right? It's not politics, it's live action gaming with a political skin, right? It's all about gameplay rather than governance, right? Politics for Nick is a multiplayer competition. It's not a civic project. Winning means humiliating your enemies, not passing laws. He narrates the culture war like a speedrun. It's chat culture, right? His followers function as a Twitch chat. They react in real time. They spam slogans. They reward him with digital cheers. Their loyalty is not ideological. It's communal. It's tribal. They're part of the game. Gamers use irony as armor, right? Everything is half serious, half mocking. That's how you survive online with a diminished vulnerability, right? Nick performs the eternal posture of the gamer. I don't care. LOL, nothing matters, and I'm crushing you. It's a skill-based identity. He earns status by owning people in debate clips the way a gamer racks up kills, right? This type of debate is not about persuasion, logic, or truth optimization. It's about creating highlight reels. He's got an NPC worldview, right? The gamer metaphor shapes his moral sense. The world's divided into players, the awake, the skilled, the autonomous versus NPCs, right? The script reading normies. These are his substitutes for ethics. Agency equals virtue. He's platform dependent, right? Like every streamer, he lives at the mercy of algorithms, bans, monetization cycles. So his politics have to evolve to fit these constraints. Constant provocation balanced by plausible deniability. Community is guild. The Groypers are not a political party or a movement, they're a guild, right? Their status, ritual, insider slang, hierarchy, loyalty test. They gather around a persona, not a platform. There's a narrative reset, right? When scandals hit, he just respawns. There's no career death in his genre. There's just a new arc, a new boss battle. You have the aesthetics of rebellion, LED lights, webcams, merch, or pure gaming basement culture dressed up as populism. It is anti-elite theater performed from the gamer chair.
Like Mitt Romney would cower before them and were so apologetic and so weak. And so initially I said, you know, I actually don't ideologically agree with Trump at all, but.
So here he is performing like Destiny performs in his mainstream appearances as a thoughtful, polite person. But that's not how he rose to influence, right? He rose by saying edgy things. So you try to decode Nick Fuentes as a political actor and he looks bizarre, he looks unserious. When you decode him as a gamer streamer, he becomes entirely coherent, right? He's not trying to govern a nation, he's trying to rule a particular digital realm. So Nick, Destiny, Hassan Piker all operate in the same streamer politics genre, a combination of entertainment, identity, improvisational argument. Right? Their differences in ideology are surface paint, right? Their shared medium, the situation that they place themselves in, shapes them far more deeply than their politics, right? This is what they have in common. The live stream as an arena, they're all constantly performing in real time, where charisma, reflexes, chat interaction matter more than optimizing for truth and preparation. Their stream is talk and sport. They win by holding attention, not by proving theses and optimizing for truth. They offer parasocial intimacy, right? Each cultivates a you're just hanging out with me atmosphere. Fans feel like a part of the conversation, part of the tribe, not audience. So they offer the illusion of friendship. That's their real product. And then debate is content engine, right? They feed on confrontation. Ideological opponents are co-creators because every argument extends the storyline. Conflict equals algorithmic fuel. You have identity performance. They all market a recognized brand, right? Destiny is the rational liberal dualist. Hassan is the cool, compassionate socialist. Nick is the Christian nationalist rebel, right? Their politics are primarily costumes for their particular personality archetype.
He will destroy the liberal media, or at least their monopoly on thought and opinion.
Yes.
And then a breakthrough can occur. So that was kind of the first hump. And I said, you know, I could get behind Trump because he's a winner. He'll win for our side. And that was kind of the first big thing. And then as I listened to him more and more.
He got behind Trump because Trump was good for his game.
Or his speeches and his rhetoric, I started to think about immigration.
Which you hadn't really considered before?
Never. And the reason why is because I was from a 95%.
So Destiny, Hassan, Nick, they all operate with this kind of gamified morality. They treat politics as a gamified strategy and skill expression. Owning or ratioing replaces persuasion. Right? Viewers watch for mechanical mastery the way that gamers watch esports. You got constant improvisation. Right? All these guys are good at riffing, pivoting, backfilling. Right? They have wit. They have confidence. They don't have depth. Right? They're all platform dependent. They all have highly volatile livelihoods. They depend on the algorithm and the audience mood. Bans, controversy, feuds are not accidents. They're built in plot twists. They offer moral theater without institutional accountability. They frame themselves as outsiders, exposing hypocrisy. The more the press or the academy ignores them or demeans them, the stronger their anti-establishment credibility grows. So, for example, when you diminish or deny the Holocaust, you burn bridges to polite society, but you increase your cred with people who feel excluded by polite society. Right? They all sell a type of authenticity, right? I'm real, everyone else is fake. Right? And they all monetize isolation, right? They all primarily appeal to marginalized losers, right? People who lack real life community find it in these chat rooms. So the streamer becomes the hero and the therapist. Ideologically, they're miles apart, but structurally, they're colleagues. right? They're participating in the same attention economy genre, politics as live entertainment. The audience is the tribe. The ultimate currency is the number of hours watched. And it's funny to watch everything that the mainstream media does to try to put down Nick, then he makes him stronger.
White suburb. So the diversity had not really reached my corner of Chicago yet. Me and my family, not so much my family, they grew up in the city, but growing up in the suburbs, I was insulated from that. So it was just not even, it's actually, you're going to love this.
So why does Nick go from strength to strength, right? Because he speaks effectively to a particular audience, alienated, marginalized young men, right? More effectively meets the needs of his audience than the alternatives, right? He positions himself as the real right? He positions himself as the pure, the holy man who's exposing hypocrisy. And so he offers magic keys for how the world works. And for the midwit IQ who's failing at life, it can be very attractive. So in the real world, you have to constantly compromise. But Nick can take, one or two values that he seizes on and then follow them to absurd ends. Real people with real responsibilities have to constantly weigh up competing moral values and moral allegiances, and so they have to compromise. Nick has no responsibility, so he can just go to absurd lengths with whichever particular value he's choosing to join. So Nick says, look, if you're truly committed to MAGA or to the revival of America or to Christianity or to the anti-globalist crusade, then you have to join me because I am pure, right? I'm not part of the problem. He offers a clean, clear, crisp tribal identity, right? The mainstream right wants to split away from his more extreme positions. They want to denounce his anti-Semitism, white supremacism, Holocaust denial, but they want to join with his audience on immigration, cultural grievances, and America First themes. So the mainstream right's line between joining and splitting with Nick is fuzzy, and Nick benefits from this. He gets legitimacy by appearing within the movement and also gets strength by standing apart enough to brand himself as the truth teller, the radical alternative, the person who is not compromised or lying to you. So when the mainstream right only tries to separate themselves from Nick, right, Nick persists and claims martyrdom. When they try joining with Nick, giving him validation, access, publicity, right, they normalize Nick, and that increases his standing. So the right has been unable to clearly define the boundary between what they stand for and what Nick stands for.
I don't know if I've ever even said this on an interview before. I was listening to Mark Levin's show. This goes to show how normie I was.
Actually?
I listen to him every day.
You listen to Mark Levin every day?
In high school, yes.
Wow.
I was a fan. I loved his show, and I actually liked how he was kind of obnoxious and mean to his callers.
Yeah.
Vicious. And I liked that. I thought that was funny. But I'll never forget.
Right. The more you're failing at life, the more you will resonate with this kind of wanton cruelty. So when you're succeeding at life, it becomes normal and natural to want to help other people. I have largely been selfish in my life because I've had so much failure, so many just gaping, deep psychic wounds that I've just been constitutionally unable to think about anyone but myself, which has made me far less effective and helped me create more humiliation and failure. So when you are bleeding out inside, you are unable to think about other people. When you have a life that is worthy of respect and admiration, and you feel right-sized pride in your accomplishments, the normal, natural thing is to extend yourself and to help other people. I'm thinking about the great scholar Mark Shapiro. He's just incredibly kind, generous person, just goes to unbelievable lengths to help people. And I notice this with many smart, accomplished people, how incredibly generous and kind they are. And when you encounter someone who is happy and takes right-sized pride in their life, right, they're often looking for right-sized opportunities to be of service to others. And they don't need to lose themselves in extreme levels of sports fandom or political fandom. So they tend to be much less extreme. The more you have to lose, right, the less likely you are to associate with people on the political extremes, whether it's Antifa or Nick Fuentes, right? People with something to lose are not big Nick Fuentes fans, right? The less you have to lose, right, the more likely you are to resonate with the cruelty and the extreme performative opinions of someone like Nick.
Yeah, one show, he goes live and he says, America's becoming a majority non-white country. Does anybody think that's a good idea? And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that actually doesn't sound so good. I didn't really even think that America's becoming majority minority like.
So Nick more effectively talks about all sorts of taboo topics such as tribalism and identity politics in a way that's more honest than what Conservatism Incorporated offers. There's nothing inherently bad about identity politics, right? There is no reason that identity politics is less adaptive or less functional or yet less useful or less good for people than any other type of politics, right? There's nothing bad about identity politics and inherently bad, right? It can be misused, like you can drink too much water, right? You can do too much identity politics. But America, as it becomes more diverse, it becomes more tribal, and thinking in tribal terms is increasingly effective in a fractious America where we have less and less in common with our fellow citizens. So Nick is speaking to real needs of real people in a more real, authentic way than most of the voices offered by Conservatism Incorporated.
That.
Wait, so you were radicalized on race by Mark Levin?
Yes.
Are you making that up? Or that's
a real story.
Amazing.
Right. Conservative right-wing outrage talk radio, right, paved the way for the development of the alt-right. Right. They both pose as free thinkers. You notice the description of Prager Force. We're a bunch of free thinkers. Dennis Prager says that if the left had to compete on just accuracy and truth, right, it would lose every time. So they have to have a rigged game, and that's why the left wants to censor more than the right, right? So this delusional superiority, tribal outlook, outrage politics of conservative talk radio then prepared the ground for the growth of people like Nick Fuentes, right? Nick primarily appeals to those with nothing to lose. And he tells them, you're right to not trust elites or institutions, and you're right not to make much of an effort to improve your life because we just have a rigged game out there. And so people who are losing at life, people who are humiliated, they get comfort from Nick's message because he's essentially telling them, right, you see through the BS, right? Your life may be nothing but failure and humiliation and isolation, but at least you see through the lies, right? You're the real truth teller. You're the real hero, right? Nick and right-wing talk radio offer moral clarity, not complexity, right? You get clear, simple, black and white answers to difficult, complicated problems, right? You get clear enemies, you get simple hierarchies, you get absolute moral judgments, right? You get to have a sense of belonging. You get to have the joys of what Emil Durkheim, the sociologist, called collective effervescence, right? You get this group of isolated young men joining together online to share an emotional world where they feel strong and purposeful, right? In reality, they often lose and they often feel humiliated and they feel isolated, but together when they join in with Nick and the Groypers, right, they feel strong, they feel the joys of the tribe, right? He's got a populist base that is not looking to win academic debates, just wants to reclaim a feeling of strength, status, and meaning. And so attempts to debunk Nick on intellectual grounds don't really shift his audience because his audience isn't primarily interested in truth, right? Nick's power is not in his epistemics, right? Epistemology means how do we know what we know? Nick's power is in his ability to connect to these tribal emotions. So the more the establishment mocks him, right, the more his followers feel vindicated.
Mm-hmm. He planted the seed at least. And then I saw a graphic on 4chan or Twitter, and I'm sure you've seen something similar. It said, this is what the map looks like, the electoral map, if only men vote, if only women vote, if only whites vote, if only non-whites vote. And it became very obvious what the electoral...
So different groups have different strengths, different weaknesses, and different political predispositions. And the obvious differences between the predispositions of men and women and whites, blacks, Asians, Latinos, first-generation immigrants, third-generation immigrants, right? Depending on where people stand in America, they are likely to have different politics, right? The more you feel connected to American history and to America's at least previously white Christian majority, right, the more likely you are to vote Republican. And the less connected, the more threatened you feel by the white Christian majority, right, then the less likely you are to vote Republican.
And the propensity for people who make their living talking to say incendiary things, it's just an extraordinary phenomena. And one theory about Tucker is he says incendiary things, or he brings on guests who say.
There's an enormous audience for intense emotions, and incendiary statements are more likely to engender intense reactions, and that's how you win with the algorithm.
Incendiary things, and then sometimes endorses what they say for the ratings, for the clicks, for the views, or to get a rise out of people, or he's an actor. So again, we're breaking format here. I'm not even going to do our sponsorships. I'm just going to play you, Nick, a little bit of Nick Fuentes, because I just want you to see. In my view, this guy's just a brilliant actor. I mean, he's maybe more than that. I shouldn't say he's just a brilliant actor. He is, amongst other things, at a minimum, he's a brilliant actor. He's a brilliant communicator. He understands everything he says is a hot button. Just play a little bit of the Nick Fuentes thing, just so people can start to understand who we're talking about here today.
J.D. Vance is getting squeezed, and he's going to have to make a decision. J.D. Vance, our vice president, spoke at Turning Point USA last night, and he was met with one Groyper question after the other. They said, tell us about your connections with Palantir. Why did you marry a Hindu if you're a Christian? They said, is the United States controlled by Israel? And J.D. Vance had to pander to his new Groyper base. He said, well, this president isn't controlled by Israel. America must come before Israel. He said, the Jews don't believe in our Messiah. He said, I married Usha when I was agnostic, but I hope she converts to Christianity. And the Israel lobby was not happy with his answers.
Okay, cut it off there.
So the New York Times published an article criticizing J.D. Vance for saying that he hopes his wife converts to Christianity. But if you believe Christianity is true, of course you would want your spouse to convert to Christianity. If you believe Judaism is true, of course you'd want your spouse to join you in Judaism. All right, questions from the chat. Was Henry Ford coping? Well, we all engage in coping. There are adaptive forms of coping and there are maladaptive forms of coping. So Henry Ford was highly adaptive in some of the ways that he was coping, and he was less adaptive in other ways. I believe in the power of the situation. When you recognize the power of the situation, you don't put people on pedestals, and you don't throw them in the toilet either. Right? Henry Ford was brilliant in some ways and dumb in other ways. I have my moments where I offer some clarity, and I have my other moments where I'm a total tool and an idiot and a jerk and a slimy, low down, no good Nick. Was Martin Luther coping? Martin Luther was strong in some things, weak in other things, smart in some things, dumb in other things, just like the rest of us. Was William Shockley coping? He was a brilliant scientist, and I'm sure that there are areas of his life where he was not so brilliant. William Shockley invented the transistor radio. He won a Nobel Prize, and then he said everything that a white racial realist would say. So he was a formidable scientist. It doesn't mean that everything that he said and did was formidable and brilliant. We are all mixtures of mastery, dependence, grandiosity, self-loathing, depending on the situation that we're in. There are certain situations where I shine. There are other situations where I'm terrible. There are certain situations where I feel strong, other situations where I feel weak. When my life is going well and I'm thriving, I tend to be outgoing and thoughtful and considerate, and I enjoy helping other people. When my life is failure and humiliation, I withdraw, I lose energy, I don't want to be social, I become much more self-centered. Every real authentic thing that Nick has pointed out about who is controlling our society, all of that should be shoved under the rug and dismissed as emotional cope. That's the very opposite of what I'm saying. I said that Nick talks more realistically about hot button topics and more effectively than conservatism incorporated. The system is totally not hijacked or being led astray by people who seek to destroy us all. Well, our system is flawed and our elites are flawed. Which system do you think is just far superior? Anything that human beings do is going to be flawed and corrupt. That's true for the Roman Catholic Church. It's true for your local Orthodox synagogue. It's true for 12-step programs. It's true for political parties. It's true for scientific and academic institutions. It's true for sports teams. Everything that people do will be flawed and corrupt, and everything naturally tends towards junk, right? That's the natural trajectory. Everything tends towards chaos. What pushes forward the most powerful force against chaos is the adaptive fitness technique inherent in evolution, where the more fit and the more adaptive will be more likely to reproduce and to navigate their way through reality. It's interesting how Jewish supremacists are not accused of being losers. Well, if someone's a billionaire, it's hard to accuse them of being a loser. If someone is highly accomplished in a particular field, it's hard to call them a loser. You can't call Nick Fuentes a loser, right? He's made millions of dollars through his live streaming. Psychoanalyze it harder, soon we'll all forget that all of Congress is bought by Israel, a genocidal state. So Israel has disproportionate influence over the United States Congress compared to many other nations, but it's not the magic key, right? Israel doesn't always get its way, right? The Israel lobby gets defeated at times. So this desire that there's a magic key, that there are these perfidious elites who don't have to operate within the same challenging set of circumstances the rest of us have to deal with and never get defeated, is a delusion. Sometimes the Israel lobby loses. Sometimes Israel doesn't get its way with the American political system. Sometimes it does. Sometimes the AARP, Retired People's Lobby, gets its way with Congress. Sometimes it doesn't. There's no group that always wins. Elites do not always win. Elites do not get everything that they want in life. Deny, deny, deny. People are waking up regardless. Well, you're not hearing me say deny, deny, deny. That is your need to be able to boil things down so that anyone who questions any of your assertions, anyone who offers any nuance to your beliefs, well, they must be liars. They must be in denial.
Again, if you've never seen him, perhaps you find that, as I do, jarring. I've watched little clips of him, but I watched his interview with Tucker. I watched his show, a couple of his shows now in full. I find his presentation style to be fascinating, jarring, a little bit upsetting, very theatrical. So here's what we're going to do. A couple words from a few sponsors, then bring our guests in.
So let's get a little bit more here as Halperin's show tried to wrestle with the Nick Fuentes problem.
Like the door handle on the shower. Anyway, all right, now we're going to talk about this Tucker Carlson thing. This is and I shouldn't even say it's Tucker Carlson. It's Fuentes, it's Roberts, who heads Heritage, Kevin Roberts, and the vice president. I mean, here's what our friend and two-way colleague Meghan McCain said about the statement from the head of the Heritage Foundation, who yesterday did a long video.
Okay, me in the chat, if you believe that the Israel lobby always wins, you're in a state of delusion. If you believe that some nefarious elite always win in life, they're never obstructed, right? They're never vulnerable. It's a delusion. For example, Donald Trump mounted a hostile takeover of the Republican Party and then of the American political scene and won 2 presidential elections, even though 90% of our elites were opposed to him, even though 90% of our institutions worked to undercut him.
Saying, in effect, we'll never abandon Tucker and we'll debate Fuentes, but he didn't single out anything he said he disagreed with, but he said we do have disagreements. So here's what Meghan said about the Roberts video. It's number 9, please. Meghan, in her normal understated way, tweeted this. Number 9. Here we go. Trash, just trash. So that's what she said about the guy from the Heritage Foundation. And he put out another statement. It's just so complicated. Ricky, just 38,000 feet. What's your general view of the Tucker?
So Nick is funnier than almost all of his critics in mainstream conservatism incorporated. He is willing to take on more hot button issues honestly than almost all of his critics. He has tremendous emotional appeal, doesn't have an intellectual appeal, right? His followers aren't building institutions. They're not running major businesses. They're not changing laws. They're terminally online. They're angry. They're stationary. They're running around. They've got a dead-end subculture. The more people listen to Nick Fuentes, the more people buy into the Nick Fuentes worldview, the less effective they are in life. But I'd say that for many people on talk radio. I found the more I listened to Dennis Prager, the angrier I got and the less effective I became at navigating life. The more you listen to Mark Levin and the entire right-wing grievance industry in general, the more angry you'll get and the less effective you'll be in life. So Nick is more effectively meeting the needs of tens of thousands of young American men than all the alternatives in mainstream conservatism. Now, it's not my emotional register. It's not my intellectual register. It's not what I'm looking for. Shonda Rhimes makes TV shows that are highly successful. I find them absolutely unbearable to listen to because they're so low IQ. But she makes shows that hundreds of millions of people have watched, right? I can't stand them. My brain hurts when I try to listen to Nick Fuentes for very long because it's just such a low IQ narrative that he is performing. But they're both creating melodrama as moral theater, and they're very good at it, right? Shonda and Nick both thrive because they're both working within the same dopamine architecture, right? If you are like me, you've got a low tolerance for these contrived emotions and these, bogus performances, right? The streams and the shows of Nick Fuentes and Shonda Rhimes, their tone just feels insulting, right? It's like being shouted at by a soap opera that claims that it's profound, right? I've got an allergic response to the formula of Shonda Rhimes and Nick Fuentes. I've got an allergic response to the inflated motion, the thin thought, the endless levels of self-importance. But there's no... What's more exasperating than Nick Fuentes is Conservatism Incorporated's criticisms of him, because they're primarily based on slurs and moralism when there's no shared moral universe, right? If someone doesn't share your moral universe, if someone doesn't share your hero system, there's no point in calling them, all sorts of demeaning, slurring, despicable terms. Because the more you call Nick Fuentes a Holocaust denier, and Nick spent almost no time on the Holocaust, all right? So to seize on that, those few things he said that weren't PC about the Holocaust, and then try to use that to define him is profoundly unapt. It's not an honest description of what he's primarily about. And so what I find most exasperating about most political punditry is that it traffics in moral denunciations when there's no shared moral universe, right? If people have different hero systems, people have different moral universes, then there's no point arguing over morality.
Fuentes' position and how people are reacting to it.
I mean, I am generally against the argument that you shouldn't platform someone, especially somebody who does have as much influence as Fuentes. I think the argument that sunlight is the best disinfectant is true, especially somebody who has so much.
Yeah, and how's that working out, right? That's what Conservatism Incorporated did. Let's just ignore him. And ignoring him didn't work, all right? And putting him down doesn't work, because the more you try to ignore him and put him down and call him nasty names, then the bogus, fake nature of that critique just rings true, because people who don't share this woman's hero system, people who don't share this woman's moral universe, her denunciations are, in fact, reasons all the more to support Nick Fuentes.
Reach with young men, I think.
Does she realize that different people have different hero systems?
A lot of his views are odious, and I think somebody who's slightly more
Yeah, his views are odious to those with a certain hero system. Guess what? Her views are odious to people with a different hero system. There is no one obvious, objective, universal, transcendent, global hero system to which all others must bow.
Mainstream platforming him and demonstrating who he is for people who might be parents whose kid listens to Nick Fuentes and they have no idea.
Right. A kid who listens to Nick Fuentes does it because he meets their needs more effectively than Mark Levin and Sean Hannity and all the offerings of Conservatism Incorporated. The reason that people listen to Andrew Tate because he meets their needs. So it's important to understand just objectively and without using moral put downs, right? What are the needs that Nick is meeting? What are the needs that Andrew Tate meets?
Who he is and what he talks about. It's kind of a revealing moment. I think that Tucker a couple times actually did hold his feet to the fire. There was a moment where Nick was saying, like, you know, I don't date because it's the women and women are terrible. And more or less he was saying that
So if women don't want to have sex with you, don't want to get naked with you, don't want to have a relationship with you, and if your experience of reaching out to women and making moves on women is primarily defeat, and guess what? That's the experience of most men. Most men have to make the first move. Most of the time it's going to be rejected. And so if you're already failing at life or feeling on the margin, isolated, if you already have very painful history of humiliation, then these new humiliations from women who reject you will become all the more painful. And so you will turn to pornography, or you'll turn to Nick Fuentes, or you'll turn to Andrew Tate to try to restore your sense of agency and power. Right? Nick Fuentes has built a place for you. Right? That's the title of this powerful book by a Christian psychiatrist, Paul Tournier, that I remember the title from my childhood, A Place for You. And I grew up in foster care. There was a lot of moving around in my childhood. So that concept of there's a place for me, just it has so much resonance and meaning for me. And Nick Fuentes built a place for homeless men. Nick Fuentes built a home for men who feel that America has no use for them. Right? Nick Fuentes speaks more effectively, more directly, more honestly to the loneliness, resentment, marginalization, humiliation of hundreds of thousands of American men. He speaks to them without condescension, without therapy speak, without apology. Right? Everyone else who talks to them in Conservatism Incorporated, like, talks down to them, goes right to trying to fix them. Right? Nick talks to people on their level, in their language. He gets through when others don't. Right? He validates their pain instead of pathologizing it. Right? The mainstream, the Conservatism Incorporated crowd, right, calls these men toxic, incels, extremists, mentally ill. Right? Nick says, you're right to be angry. Right? He takes their humiliation and says, this validates your dignity and your moral worth. Right? Nick offers belonging first. He offers a home first. Right? The ideas are second to the home that he has built. Right? Many types of political movements or religions start with principles. Right? Nick starts with building people a home. If you are homeless, your first need is for a home, not necessarily for principles, not necessarily for ideology or awesome epistemics. Right? Nick articulates their despair. I fell in love with Air Supply because Air Supply articulated what I was feeling, my despair and frustration. Right? People listen to Nick and they understand that he has experienced many of the things that they've experienced. Right? Nick also feels betrayed by the system, by Conservatism Incorporated, by Dennis Prager, by Mark Levin, by Ben Shapiro. Nick doesn't pretend to be serene or successful. He is angry too. Nick offers them a clear moral universe, a clear hierarchy. Right? Modernity, secularism kind of flattens everything. Right? There's no longer transcendence and honor. Right? Fuentes recreates the porous identity of, say, the Middle Ages, right? Where there's clear moral hierarchy, where there's insider versus outsider, believer versus traitor, masculine versus weak, right? Nick creates order out of chaos, right? Nick is making love out of nothing at all. Now, from the perspective of my hero system, Nick is feeding bitterness and he's creating a counterfeit community. But for hundreds of thousands of American men, it's the only community they know, love, and feel safe in. It's the only place that takes them seriously, takes their pain and their concerns seriously.
You want to come home and have like a woman worship you. And Tucker said, like, no, you don't. Like, what are you talking about? That's the last thing that a man needs today, is to have like a sycophantic wife at home. That's not what you want, and you don't know what you're talking about. And like, there were a few interesting and revealing moments. I give him credit on that front. But I think the last thing that we should be...
Okay, some strong critiques in the chat. Look, are you watching the footage of Chicanos dancing in the street celebrating the Dodgers' victory? I haven't watched that footage, but I loved the Dodgers' victory. It meant so much to me. Now, the more intense your fandom, whether it's in politics or sports or religion, right, the more empty your life, right? The more you've got going on in your real life, the less need you have to escape into these kind of sporting loyalties. Now, a mild to moderate level of sports fandom is a way to bond with people and will often enhance the quality and adaptive nature of your life. But the more extreme and intense your sports fandom, the more of a sign that your life isn't working. Nick Fuentes is in his 20s. He doesn't date. What's with that? Well, when you date and you have sex with people, it makes you much more vulnerable. And so Nick Fuentes has made a virtue out of his monkish approach to life, right? It has reduced his vulnerability. Totally ignoring Nick's entire point. What's his entire point? And just framing it as something easy to take down. Luke, man, either be honest or admit your take. So what's Nick's entire take? It's not the system that failed him. It's the men who failed the perfect system. This is your fundamental assertion, right? There's nothing that I've said that's even close to that. So I'm curious why you need to distort what I said. Never argue we have a perfect system. I just asked which systems are just obviously far superior to ours. We have a flawed system. Every human system is flawed. Every religion is flawed. Every sports team organization is flawed. Every science lab is flawed. Every consulting firm is flawed. Right? Everyone's flawed, and all the systems we create are flawed. If you're failing in America, if you can't hold down a job, in all likelihood, this is more about you than about America. More and more men are starting to fail. Suicides are going up. Nothing to do with the system. Should they all just feel more shame? Well, whether you should feel shame or not, it is a healthy adaptive reaction to reality. When you're failing and falling behind, you'll naturally feel anxious, disturbed, and ashamed. And so I am for transforming our economic system to enhance the dignity and the ability to feel pride in your work than the system we have now. I don't want an economy based primarily on abstract principles set forward by economists who valorize their mathematical clean obsessions with free markets and free trade. No, I want an economy primarily based around meeting the real needs of real people and enhancing their ability to feel pride and dignity in their work. So I want to change our trading system. I want to change our economy so that more Americans, more of my fellow citizens, can feel pride and dignity in their work and have the ability to get married and have children. Making points passionately to call attention to real-world issues isn't a shameful attempt to escape. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. If what you're talking about is accurate and true and profound, it's very different than if what you're talking about is distorting and shallow.
Saying as a culture is like, let's censor him and put him in a corner, because that does kind of end up giving people more power ultimately and making them more extreme, in my opinion. However, if I were running a think tank, my first instinct would not be to like jump for joy that somebody did a podcast with him and to make a statement.
No one in Conservatism Incorporated is jumping for joy that Tucker Carlson did a podcast with Nick Fuentes. They're trying to finesse a very challenging situation. And they are doing it very awkwardly and ineptly because they don't want to deal with the reality that for many people, say, race is a powerful factor in their identity, or they believe that their religion's the one true religion and all other religions are false. Many people experience an America that is increasingly diverse and increasingly alienating, right? So instead of simply looking at the angle, oh, why is Nick anti Semitic or Holocaust denier, look at what is Nick turning towards, right? What is Tucker Carlson turning towards? So they are turning away from globo-homo. They're turning towards hetero-national. They are turning away from Judeo-Christian and turning towards Christian. They are turning away from America must promote democracy abroad to America must enhance the dignity and the quality of life for fellow Americans. They are turning away from America must be heavily integrated with Israel to America must pursue its own interests.
Defending it necessarily, it seems like an unforced error and not really relevant to their mission, in my opinion. And so I would not make that move as the president of the Heritage Foundation, or I would say not really, it doesn't really implicate us, and let's just not make a comment about it. It's a podcast. Let's just move along and just let that go.
Right. All right. I agree with everything you said. Ileana, what is the source of Nick Fuentes'?
Okay, why does she want to let this go? Right? Why does she hate this topic? Because she doesn't have anything wise to say about it. Right? It just makes her sound bad and out of touch. It's an incoherent response, and she wants to flee from this topic, like most of conservatism incorporated.
His influence. He's 25. Why is he on Tucker Carlson's show, or why are people talking so much about him? Where does his power or influence or relevance come from?
Can I answer a question you didn't ask?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I think it's worth, and just stop me if this is not worthwhile, but I think it's worth taking a step back from like the immediate controversy because.
So why are an increasing number of American nationalists, turning away from Israel? So you can look at it as, oh, they're turning away from Israel, or you can look at it as they are turning towards their own country. It is healthy, normal, natural to put a priority on your own country's interests as opposed to a country on the other side of the world.
As you mentioned, Mark, like the biggest sub rosa issue on the right for like the past year or 2 years, people have been saying like, what's going on with Tucker Carlson? And I think that betrays like this larger divide. And that's happened since Tucker was fired from Fox News and has had on controversial guests who have said things about the origins of COVID and the way COVID.
Tucker matters, right? Tucker is the only American on the right who has a more passionate and more devoted following than Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson is the most effective speaker on the American right. Tucker taps into the psyches, the needs, the concerns of millions of Americans in a way that nobody in Conservatism Incorporated does. And he's done this, like Donald Trump, by moving down market, by shifting his message to a more conspiratorial, low IQ valence. And it's been a winning shift, right? More followers, more power, more influence.
COVID was engineered about Christian Zionists, about American Jews, about Israelis, the IDF penetrating the Pentagon.
Alex Jones.
Having Alex Jones on, et cetera. And it's caught people's attention. Now, when Tucker was at Fox, like he's very close to people in the administration. He was with like the president at the RNC. He was the source. He's very close to JD Vance. And so I think this became a source of concern for a lot of people.
So the increasingly Jewish skeptical or Israel skeptical contingent of MAGA is powerful, not so much for their large numbers, but because of their passion, right? There's a lot of energy in the increasingly Israel skeptical crowd of MAGA. Question from the chat: why do Jews accuse everyone, especially whites, of being filled with hate? Well, Jews don't do anything. Most Jews primarily focused on earning a living, getting an education, spending time with their family and friends. Right? Most Jews, like most non-Jews, are not particularly political. But if you want to challenge me on this particular point, right? Jews are far more pro-white than whites. Right? Jews have far more tolerance and understanding of why whites or blacks or Asians or any group would want to pursue their own group interests. So it's so much easier to go, what's wrong with the Jews, rather than ask, what's wrong with my own group, right? Why does my own group have so little interest in their own? For example, when Jews were suffering in the Soviet Union, right, what Jews endured in the Soviet Union was far less intense persecution than what Christians endured. And yet, you drove by any synagogue in the 1980s and you'd see big signs, free Soviet Jews, because Jews care more and work harder and do more to try to look after their fellow Jews around the world than Christians. Christians, by and large, couldn't give a damn about the suffering, the genocide, the murder, the rape, the torture of their fellow Christians. What is it about Christians that makes them so uninterested in their fellow Christians? Right? Jews fought hard to try to help their fellow Jews suffering in the Soviet Union, who are suffering far less intensely than Christians. Christians couldn't care less about their fellow Christians. Right? Their fellow Christians getting genocided in the Middle East, most Christians couldn't give a damn. What is it about Christians that make them so weak, so selfish, so uninterested in their fellow Christians? That's a painful question. So it's so much more emotionally fulfilling. Oh, there must be something wrong with the Jews that accounts for why Christians are so selfish and uninterested in the welfare of their fellow Christians.
People who are supportive of the administration is like, how influential is this person in the administration? And like, do these friendships remain? So in comes the Heritage Foundation with.
So Horatius is interested why Jews are so anti-white. Why white so anti-white? Right? There's no difference politically in the general pro-civil rights, left of center politics of Jewish elites and non-Jewish elites. But asking why your own group, right, doesn't share your politics is more painful, more challenging than to ask, surely all our problems are the fault of the out-group. It's a very appealing message to want to believe that your problems are primarily the fault of the out-group. Now, the more you listen to the grievance crowd on the left or the right, the less effective your life will become, as opposed to building small wins in the material world, like learning a trade, holding down a job, getting certified in something, joining a gym, working with your hands, right, learning new software. Right, real mastery will do more to improve your life prospects than online posturing. Right, pride reflects something real. It reflects your confidence and abilities to contribute to people around you, right? The more ability you have to contribute to the people around you, right, the more pride you'll naturally feel and the more respect that you'll garner and demand from others, right? When you join with communities, right, you start participating in a group strategy that will almost always outcompete the individualist strategy. But you join any community, it will have requirements on you, whether it's a martial arts club, a volunteer fire department, a church group, the military reserves, a hiking club, right? You can find community, brotherhood, hierarchy, and start to build a more impressive life, but it's not as immediately easy as just performing outrage online. You can develop a mission that is larger than your grievance and your self-pity. You can mentor kids, you can coach sports, you can help veterans, you can clean up streets. Right? There was an article in the LA Times about an immigrant from some Central or South American country who is cleaning up trash in Los Angeles and posting it on social media and encouraging and inspiring hundreds of people to join him in cleaning up LA, right? You can find brotherhood and belonging and a sense of pride in improving your community around you by doing something like that, right? You can read, you can learn, you can lift, you can save money, you can keep your word, you can stay sober, right? You can develop your virtues, and they are more painful than performing rage online, but they'll do more to encourage the quality of your life, right? You can choose what is real and true over simply that which feels good, right? You can build real connections by contributing to the lives of those you love most.
this long statement that like we will never abandon Tucker Carlson, and other people have made similar statements, but I was sort of puzzled by like, where did this come from? Their president put out a video statement, and it seemed to me like an answer to a question that like nobody really asked. Like, who went to Kevin Roberts and said like, are you going to abandon Tucker Carlson? Like, put out a video statement. And he decided to go out there and plant his flag in a really dramatic way and in a sort of ridiculous and comical way with Tucker Carlson, who had just done an interview with Nick Fuentes. And like, we saw Tucker Carlson do a very hostile interview with Ted Cruz. His interview with Nick Fuentes, who describes himself as a fan of Hitler and Stalin, was not hostile. It was friendly. And
so Nick is edgy. Nick is a gamer, right? Nick isn't primarily about promoting Hitler and Stalin, right? He says things to grab attention. Nick is excited by power, and Hitler and Stalin had power, right? I'm not necessarily sure that Nick is passionate about getting out there and committing as much killing as Hitler and Stalin did. So I think what we might need is a Groypers Anonymous. So here are 12 symptoms of being a Groyper, right? You spend more time online debating than you spend working, studying, and living with the people you love. You see everyone who disagrees with you as a traitor, an NPC, an enemy. You mistake outrage for purpose. You feel more connected to anonymous avatars than to your family, friends, and coworkers. You believe that women, minorities, and elites are responsible for most of your problems. You crave validation from your online tribe more than respect from people in your family, friends, and community. You use irony and based humor to dodge self-reflection. You secretly envy the lives of the people you claim to despise. You think the world is too corrupt to be improved through ordinary work. You call your cynicism realism. You imagine moral purity justifies your social failure. You feel empty and restless when you are disconnected from the feed. So, 12 steps of Groypers Anonymous. We admitted that our digital ideology had made our lives unmanageable. Step 2, came to believe that truth, reality, and honest work could restore our sanity. 3, we decided to turn our will toward building rather than destroying. 4, we made a fearless moral inventory of our resentments and failures. 5, we admitted the harm we had caused to ourselves and others by living in contempt. We became willing to let go of this need to feel superior. We sought humility instead of applause. We listed the people we had hurt, and we became willing to repair that harm. We made direct amends whenever possible, except when doing so would harm ourselves and others. We continued to examine our motives and promptly admit when we were wrong. We sought through honest action and reflection to know reality, not feel-good ideology. And having recovered some sanity, we then tried to help other disillusioned men find meaning through reality, work, and friendship.
Warm. So my view is like, this is now, this sub rosa question has now reached the point of like major institutions on the right. And I think it's going to create incredible stress on that organization, which you saw in Kevin Roberts's follow-up statement, where he's saying like, oh, I mean, in your summary, he actually said like, we shouldn't try to cancel Nick Fuentes. We should debate with him.
Yeah.
And we should challenge ideas. And but then at the same time, he said like, we need to focus our energy on the left, not on people on the right. And included on the right were, Tucker Carlson, who he called a forever friend, will never abandon him. And
the chat says, Luke is reading from AI. I am. I work with AI to develop a Groypers Anonymous. 12 tools of recovery, daily digital detox, right? Schedule time off the feed. Physical training, build physical strength and stamina. Hard work, sweat, clear the head better than arguing online. Developing steady work and mastery of skills, learning a trade, running a side hustle, getting certified. Competence builds confidence. Service, help others quietly, family, friends, neighbors, teammates. Strength means taking responsibility beyond yourself. Real learning, reading serious books, studying history, science, philosophy, learn how the world works. Brotherhood, surround yourself with disciplined men who hold each other accountable. As the Bible says, iron sharpens iron. Isolation breeds delusion. We think more effectively and clearly when we think socially. Developing friendships, spending time with people who want to see you win in life. developing a code, living by principles higher than your own impulses, standing for something that lasts, craftsmanship, building, fixing, creating something tangible, wood, metal, art, coding, something real, disciplining your speech, thinking before you talk and post, developing an inner strength and calm under pressure, finding the rituals and the order that best aligns with your interests, and seeking tests that harden you and develop you. So we also need the 12 traditions of Groypers Anonymous, and all this is built upon AA with the help of ChatGPT. Our common welfare comes first. Personal recovery depends on group unity. 2, there are no leaders, only trusted servants. 3, the only requirement for membership is a desire to stop living in rage and resentment. 4, each group is autonomous except in matters affecting other groups. 5, our primary purpose is to help others escape rage captivity. 6, we avoid endorsing or opposing political figures or parties. Every group should be self-supporting through voluntary contributions. Groypers Anonymous should remain non-professional. Our structure is simple. Our purpose is action, not debate. We have no opinions on outside issues. Our public relations policy is attraction rather than argument. And anonymity reminds us to place principles before personalities. So you could reframe this as these 12 principles: reality over ideology, humility over false pride, service over spectacle, integrity over irony, action over outrage, community over isolation, responsibility over blame, faith over cynicism, creation over destruction, gratitude over grievance, order over chaos, love over fear. Right? There's a recovery blueprint for people stuck in grievance.
Fuentes as well. And I think the thing that jumped out at me was he's saying we should debate with Nick Fuentes and with Tucker Carlson, but like those guys spend most of their days attacking people on the right.
Yeah.
Fuentes, as you played today, is threatening JD Vance and mocking him for having to pay.
So the chat mocks me for reading from a script. So yeah, I could just freelance a whole bunch of nonsense, or I could do some preparation and some thought and develop some ideas prior to going live. So I'm not primarily here about creating spectacle and feeding your grievance and rage, right? I'm here to develop and discuss with you how I understand reality.
Pander to, his Groyper base. He's deriding him for having a brown wife, deriding him for having mixed race children, and threatening him and saying, if you denounce me, I'm going to go to Iowa and campaign against you and bring.
Well, guess what? There are very real challenges living in a multiracial home. There are real challenges being mixed race. There are real challenges when one spouse doesn't share the religion of the other spouse. So Nick is talking to real issues that affect real people, and he's talking about them more effectively than Conservatism Incorporated. So here are 12 additional tools of recovery, right? Time discipline. Track your time. Track the hours of your week. Know where you're putting in your effort and your time, right? If you measure something, you will have more of it, whether it's money or time. Connect with other people who are good for you. Find your place in a mentorship chain, right? Ditch clutter, physical, digital, emotional. Own what you use, maintain what you own. Simplicity breeds focus. There's almost nothing that immediately makes me feel better than cleaning up clutter. Service, right? Help other people. Responsibility makes you feel strong. Develop your goals. Have people hold you accountable. Live below your means. Pay your debts. Save. Power starts with financial stability. Check in with the people who most matter to you. Read strong literature, classics, strategy, philosophy, history. Build a mental spine. Save, invest, create a vision, keep a written life plan, career, health, faith, family, right? And choose reality over idolatry, right? Instead of getting sucked into these online parasocial relationships, recognize that the people who dominate in social media, right, they have certain skills and they have certain weaknesses, right? Nick Fuentes is hilarious. He's charismatic. He speaks to the real needs of real people. And Nick is a flawed human being just like the rest of us. Right? Once you recognize how much the situation affects us, you will no longer be prone to hero worship. Right? Nick Fuentes has certain strengths. Nick Fuentes has weaknesses. Tucker Carlson has certain strengths. Tucker has certain weaknesses. Donald Trump, Jordan Peterson, Ron DeSantis, Elon Musk, Steve Bannon, J.D. Vance, Ben Shapiro, Luke Ford, Vivek Ramaswamy, Peter Thiel, Glenn Greenwald. Right? Everyone has strengths. Everyone has weaknesses. Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, Ben Dominic, Molly Hemingway, Charlie Kirk, Michael Knowles, Ann Coulter, Laura Ingraham, Dave Rubin, Megyn Kelly, Steve Crowder, Douglas Murray. Right? They have strengths. They have weaknesses. They all embody a specific energy, a certain type of clarity, a certain type of defiance, a certain style that hundreds of thousands of people crave to tap into that. And they have certain strengths. And following these people and devoting yourselves to them also comes along with certain weaknesses. Laura Loomer, she's fearless. She's relentless. She's willing to take risks, right? She's also self-involved, consumed by her own drama at times, and seems to often turn every cause into self-promotion. Strengths, weaknesses. Jack Posobiec, right? He's got good tactical media sense. He's good at telling stories. He's skilled at coordinating online messages, right? He often trades accuracy for virality. Cat Turd 2, he's funny. He's simple. He's consistent, right? He'll give you pure tribal reinforcement. Mike Cernovich, right? He understands the attention cycle, sometimes honest about male self-improvement, right? Highly opportunistic, constantly reinventing himself. Caitlin Bennett, the gun girl, right? Has that brash confidence. She's also shallow. Ian Miles Chong, right? He's skilled at curating viral content, right? And he sells his attention to the highest bidder and often misinforms. Nick Adams, right? He's funny, but also often tired and shallow. Libs of TikTok, great at charging up grievance, but turns people she disagrees with often into caricatures. Julie Kelly did a lot of good reporting, but sometimes loses perspective. Ashley St. Clair, sometimes funny, sometimes self-aware, pop culture fluent, right? But often more about brand management compared to substance. DC Drano, right? Good marketing instincts. Got simple patriotic messages. He's got, on the other hand, also weaknesses. He basically has slogan-level thinking, reduces politics to aesthetics and grievance. Alex Stein, good performer, good at pointing out absurdity, also addicted to humiliation theater and comedy that turns cruel. So different online personalities, right, have different gifts. They're all great at generating emotional energy in real time. They are fast, they are funny, they are audacious, they thrive in certain situations, and they also tend to be shallow, self-absorbed, and rather loose with the facts and the logic, right? Their charisma and their chaos are twins, right? The same gift that captures attention also guarantees instability. So the wise man can enjoy their wit, can recognize when they have strong tactical instincts, but would never mistake them for moral or intellectual anchors, right? These people are weather vanes, they're not compasses. Benny Johnson, great viral video mastery, right? He's flashy, right? He's great at packaging, right? Not the deepest thinker. He's a mood tactician. He's great with providing visual affirmation, the fast edits, the flag imagery, simple moral binaries, punchline outrage, dopamine-based politics. Different people, different gifts.
All my white nationalist clan against you. And Tucker Carlson is calling Christian Zionists like Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee the worst people in America and saying they're afflicted with a brain virus. And so, like, sure, I guess you could invite these people to the Heritage Foundation for a reasoned debate, but people who say...
And the chat is talking about anti-Gentiles, and there are Jews who have negative feelings about Gentiles. Probably as high a proportion of Jews have negative feelings about Gentiles as Gentiles have negative feelings about Jews. The more intense your in-group identity, the more likely you are to have a sense of grievance and victimhood and to have negative feelings about outgroups. So if you're not moored in a particular in-group, in all likelihood, your life will improve if you develop an in-group identity. But it will come with certain downsides, right? Everything's a blessing and a curse. You become more religious, right? You might become more judgmental and more obnoxious, and your life might narrow. So there'll be some good things that will come when you become more religious, and there will be some bad things that accompany that. You spend more time working out and less time, say, with your family or less time at work, right? There will be some advantages to that strategy, and there'll be some disadvantages. Every choice is a blessing and a curse.
Like Jews who don't agree with me should get the F out of America, as Nick Fuentes did, don't strike me as people who are open to, like, they don't seem to want debate. They seem to want to hurl personal insults at people.
Right. Again, this is all super complicated. Here's Rob.
Oh, as opposed to other pundits, right? Debating and pushing different types of politics or religious approaches. It is primarily about providing fuel and strength for your in-group and trying to intimidate and demean the out-group. Just like watching sports is a vicarious way of experiencing battle.
Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation, influential Washington think tank. Here's number 10. This is the long tweet he sent, where he clearly was trying to, without inciting Fuentes and his followers, he was trying to pull back from the perception that he supports Fuentes. So he said, here's the top of the tweet. Yesterday, I said that I abhorred views expressed by Nick Fuentes, and the best way to fight anti-Semitic ideas was to challenge them head on. Fuentes replied on X by saying, quote, I don't know exactly what you abhor about my views. And Robert says, allow me to elaborate, because there's plenty to condemn. First, the Heritage Foundation I denounce stand against his vicious anti-Semitic ideology, his Holocaust.
So from Kevin Roberts' hero system, Nick Fuentes is a vicious anti-Semitic loser. From Nick Fuentes' hero system, Kevin Roberts is a sellout, right? It sells out America and American national interests and the interests of regular Americans in slavish service to a horrible elite. Right? What you find horrible and what you find admirable simply depends on the nature of your hero system, for which there's not one objective universal solution. Right? There's not one objective hero system to which all others must bow.
Denial and his relentless conspiracy theories that echo the darkest chapters of history. There's so many.
So I have spent a lot of my life losing. I've spent much of my life getting humiliated by reality. I have been exposed for grandiosity that is not based in reality, for claiming levels of competence that I don't really have. I've often carried with me an exaggerated sense of my own competence and righteousness, and then reality will trip me up. And so when you're failing and losing and getting humiliated by life, normal people don't want you around. You're uncomfortable for them. And that was very painful for me when I'm losing, feeling isolated, feeling humiliated, and then picking up that other people who are succeeding in life don't want me around. Very few people who are winning in life want someone who's losing at life around them. It's disturbing, right? People who make $1 million a year primarily hang out with other people who make $1 million a year. It's disturbing for someone usually who's making $1 million a year to spend time with someone who's earning $30,000 a year, but wishing that they earned more. So usually the only people who will welcome you if you're losing at life are cults, right? I love cults because cults celebrate you. You go join a cult and they go, oh, look, we love you. That would feel so good, right? Extremist movements who want to recruit. I grew up the son of an evangelist, and evangelists tend to look at everyone as fodder for Christ, just as the most fervent Orthodox Jews will often look at their fellow Jews as fodder for halakha. And so if you're fervent and particularly devoted, usually in an extreme or unbalanced way, to your cause, you will look at everybody as fodder for a cause. So people who look at others as fodder for a cause will be much more likely to welcome losers than normal healthy people. Multi-level marketers, grifters, and coaches, right? They smell the desperation, right? And they will want to convert you and your desires into money for them. Conspiracy networks, ideological networks, the predators, right? In my experience, about half of the most charismatic people I have met, I would then come to realize they were somewhat predatory. And then there are a tiny number of people who genuinely want to help, but they are rare, right? You'll find them probably most often in a 12-step community. So there are real recovery groups, certain churches, certain synagogues, certain work crews, certain martial arts gyms, certain programs where people want to help. But in general, if you are losing at life, your social opportunities will narrow. And the predatory and the exploiters will be the people who are most likely to want to engage with you. The love bombers, the courts.
Questions I have about this. Ricky, you said you don't understand why Heritage is involved. They now seem involved up to their eyeballs, as does Tucker. Do you think this is is this just people sort of getting out of control, or are there really fundamental things at stake here?
I mean, I think that Tucker, I understand why he's involved. He was talking about Fuentes on his podcast, and like they'd had a back and forth.
So there are these allegations in the chat about Mark Halperin engaging in sexual assault on non-Jewish women, and one man's sexual assault is another man's advance. So Mark Halperin did have his career ended by MeToo allegations, some of which sounded quite credible. So why do men engage in unwanted sexual advances on women? Because they are driven by testosterone. Men have much higher levels of testosterone than women. And if they are not socially calibrated, right, if there's something miswired in them, they will make all sorts of advances on women who do not welcome their advances. People want what they want, right? What people primarily want is not truth, not social justice. It's not empathy and consideration for the LGBT community in Kenya. What people primarily want is sexual satisfaction, status, money, power, tasty things, right? That's how we're evolved. We're evolved to pursue those things. And you can pursue these visceral, attractive things in an adaptive, high-functioning manner or in a lower-functioning manner. So let's get Michael back on the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
Hey, 40, how are you?
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, so Mark Halperin and the Me Too stuff, I think he's kind of having his revenge a little bit with his podcast now. I think he's enjoying just destroying all the shibboleths of the leftist media after they've cast him out to dry. And I think that's rather funny.
Yeah, I agree. And it has freed him to be far more challenging to the establishment media than he would be otherwise.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, I enjoyed him even, 10 years ago when he was on Morning Joe. And when that show used to be a lot more tolerable. They used to have Pat Buchanan on that show, like all the time, for one thing.
Yeah. It's often the thing that hurts you and diminishes you and humiliates you is also the thing that sets you free.
Yeah. And on the topic of J.D. Vance and his mixed cultural marriage, his interfaith marriage, his interracial marriage. Well, he actually spoke to this the other day. I don't know if you saw that when he was giving a speech at TPUSA. And it was actually an Indian woman who asked him something along this lines, like, how are you, Mr. America First? And your wife is Indian and she's not Christian. She's not white. And, you have mixed children. So what do you tell your children? And it was like a valid question. It wasn't from a place of attacking him necessarily. I think she was obviously triggered by his politics, but he explained that when he met Usha, they were both kind of agnostic. Like neither of them cared very much about religion. So the fact that he's Christian and she's Hindu was not a big deal at the time.
Which perfectly makes sense. But now he's so much more identified with Christian nationalism. It's an understandable question that if Christianity is so important to you, why isn't your wife Christian?
Yes, exactly. Like, I think it's a valid point of inquiry, but not if you're going to be like rude about it. I think that especially if you're not in a relationship of any kind, or you don't even have a history of any kind of relationship, you're not really in a position to throw stones at JD Vance because his wife is Indian. Like, it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, but you're not everyone. Everyone's got a different hero system. So depending on who someone is, it's more important. You're not, to the best of my knowledge, particularly religious or a Christian. So if you were passionately Christian, this would be a dominant concern. And so the passionate Christian isn't any less because he's a passionate Christian than you, who's more disinterested. When I had a very strong Seventh-day Adventist identity, then I looked at the world through a Seventh-day Adventist lens. I eventually converted to Orthodox Judaism. Now I largely look at the world through an Orthodox Jewish lens. The Orthodox Jewish lens isn't objectively superior to the Seventh-day Adventist lens. I think it is, from my subjective experience, but different people have different priorities and different hero systems, and so what matters to them is going to vary. And just because the passionate concern of one person doesn't matter to you doesn't diminish the other person's concern.
Sure. I mean, of course, everyone's free to prioritize what is important to them. And if your religion is important to you, then you're obviously within your rights to look for someone who matches your faith. But and likewise, if I found a very devout Muslim attractive, I would just assume like that wouldn't work, because how could I be in a relationship with her if she's just like outwardly observing all the dictates of Islam? It's just like obviously wouldn't work.
Unless you start having passionate sex with her, and then the best of your intentions will melt away, right? We are vulnerable. We're vulnerable to changing situations. We're vulnerable to our changing desires. We don't live life by and large through rational principles, right? We live life the way that we're evolved to live life, even if they aren't epistemically sound.
And nonetheless, I just don't think Usha is a very fervent Hindu. It seems like Hinduism is kind of a chill religion. Like people are not necessarily getting into big conflicts about it, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, it depends on the Hindu and the situation. Sometimes it's a passionate national identity. Sometimes it's a spiritual identity. Christianity isn't just a religion. It's also a national racial expression at times. Sometimes it's a nationalist expression. Judaism sometimes takes a dominantly national component, or a dominantly racial component, or a dominantly spiritual component. There's no essence to Hinduism or Judaism or Islam or Christianity. All these identities express themselves differently in different situations for different people with different genetics and different motivations and different incentives.
Right. I mean, like, to put a fine point on, I would say is that I think that obviously J.D. Vance was free to choose who he wants for a wife, and if he's happy, I'm happy. How it is fair to say, oh, like that's a little contradictory, but I wouldn't really push it past that, because once again, it's like he's happy with his wife and his kids. So it kind of gets back to what you're saying. Like, you must be pretty miserable in your life if you're, very triggered by his choice of a partner.
Right. It's very easy to be disinterested about things you're not passionate about. So you were speaking from your position, and if your position changed, right, you would speak and experience these things differently. So there's nothing superior or inferior about having a passionate opinion on J.D. Vance's wife's religion, right? It's easy from a secular perspective to say no big deal, and then from a different perspective, it's the biggest deal in the world. So it all depends where you're coming from.
Well, but I mean, if you do have a problem with that, then I would hope that you would want to express it in a way that's like respectful. Or would you just attack her? Would you just attack her for being Indian, and that's your argument? I mean,
well, that's the way the world works. We naturally feel negative emotions about people in outgroups. If you believe in your religion, the most natural thing in the world is to think that any other religion is satanic. It's not normal. It's not the way that human beings are wired to be open to the transcendent beauty of other religions. We all tend to be disturbed by other religions if we are a devotee of one religion. Now, it's easy for you. You're not a devotee to my understanding of one religion. So it's very easy to be disinterested. And you talk about right and wrong, but it all depends on your hero system. The most normal, natural thing in the world, if you have a passionate in-group commitment, is to feel threatened by a different group with a different hero system. It's disorienting because it challenges the objective reality of what you think is obviously true.
But that would pertain to your own relationship choices, but I hardly see how that would make you passionate about other people's relationships.
Because the existence of other people's relationships and the different hero systems that they are operating under feels like a visceral challenge to your own hero system. So it's a lot easier to be a Christian if there are no other non-Christian religions around. As soon as public figures practice or identify with a non-Christian religion, it's disturbing to anyone who holds by Christianity.
Right. Kind of like Baal in the Old Testament. It's very disturbing that, who was it? King Solomon's wife was into the Baal religion, and people were not cool with that.
Right. I think that marriage is heterosexual, and so I have negative feelings about same-sex marriage because even though you say, oh, how does it hurt you? Well, I have a hero system, and any attack or any undercutting of my hero system hurts me. Like, it viscerally affects me, and that is how it is for everyone. Anything that undermines or challenges your conception of reality is painful.
Well, at any rate, when they met, they were both just kind of cosmopolitan, upwardly mobile people, and I'm sure that at that point, their religion and ethnicity did not seem particularly relevant to them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got more empathy for them than you do for the person with the hero system that is disturbed by the nature of their marriage.
Yeah, but it just seems a little uncalled for. I mean, like, you can think that, but it just seems kind of rude to just attack their marriage. And because, I mean, he's already married, you can't change it. Like, they already have kids. So perhaps if you were JD Vance.
Sorry, that's the civic Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. If you were JD Vance's friend and he was like, hey, man, I'm thinking about married Usha. What do you think of that? And then maybe that would be the time to say, ooh, that might present some issues, you know? But at this point, it's like, it's not very productive.
Right. So from the perspective of your hero system, being polite is more important than commitment to the unique truth of a particular religion. And that's the American ethos. It is uncouth and impolite to insist on the truth claims of your religion. So the advantage of that is that you have a higher commitment to civility. At the same time, this commitment to civility comes at the price of a commitment to the truth claims of your religion. There is an advantage and there is a disadvantage to the American religion of civility, where being civil is more important than being authentic to the truth claims of your religion.
Okay. So moving on your topic, I loved when Tucker asked Fuentes, this was the best line of inquiry. He said, it seems to me like you attack people, you attack the best people. You attack people on the right, such as J.D. Vance and Joe Kent and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Fuentes' explanation, like, he has an explanation. He has a personal grievance against these people. And it's, you know, it's like a long backstory, XYZ, this happened and that happened. It's like, okay. So I understand why he has an issue with them, but I can hardly understand why his followers would then adopt his personal grievances as their political views.
Okay, do you understand why a grown man would cry if his Ferrari was just slightly dented?
Yes.
Okay, so we all invest ourselves in things outside of ourselves. So if we watch Nick Fuentes on a regular basis, we become invested in Nick Fuentes. So, for example, when I was growing up in the Napa Valley, I was a Dodger fan. But because I was in the Napa Valley in Northern California, I heard so much about the Giants that I started to develop some investment in the San Francisco Giants because it was just so omnipresent. You can't help but do that. And so if you're tuning in to Nick Fuentes, you become invested in Nick Fuentes, and any diminishment of Nick Fuentes feels like a diminishment of you because you are invested in Nick Fuentes.
Right. And yeah, obviously that's what's happening, but you would think that you get to a certain level of like intellectual maturity that you can admire a certain commentator, but you don't necessarily adopt all of their beefs for your own. Like, I think that's
Yeah,
a
if you
little odd.
take on the fiction of the Buffett identity, that you can just strategically, autonomously admire this commentator or that commentator without being porous and vulnerable, it's a useful fiction, but it's not how the world works. We become invested in anything we care about, and you can take on that fiction of the Buffett identity, and it's a useful fiction to assume during a live stream discussion as this, but it is a fiction. It's not how the world works.
Mm. Oh my, you're very argumentative this morning.
Sorry.
Just kidding. Okay, so one more topic, if you like. Did you happen to see the Elvis film from 2022?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Okay, it's a great film. By, are you familiar with Baz Luhrmann, the director?
Yes, he made Australia, a great film about Australia.
Yeah, he's Australian apparently.
Yeah, fair dinkum.
Yes, he directed Romeo and Juliet from '96 with Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes, and he also directed Great Gatsby. I like the Romeo and Juliet has some very strong points. It's a little over the top. I didn't really care for Great Gatsby. Of course, the novel I love, but not the movie. But anyway, what I noticed about this film is that pretty much, I saw it in the theaters a few years ago, but I was watching it on Netflix, and almost like the first half hour to hour of the film is done trying to establish that Elvis stole his music from Black culture.
Right.
And it's so over the top that you come away with the fact that he didn't really have any originality. It was not from his own inspiration. It was just 100% lifted, not in the spirit of malice, but just as a matter of fact that that's what happened. And I kind of just found myself like mentally fact checking that as I was watching the movie.
You don't enjoy being preached at while you're trying to enjoy a movie?
And I just, like, for sure it was an influence on Elvis, and I actually do like, the Black era of rock and roll in the 1950s that's good stuff. Chuck Berry, who's the other one? Chuck Berry, maybe throw a Little Richard in there.
No Air Supply, but they had their strong points, I guess.
Okay, but think about this. So I'm trying to check that. For sure, it was an influence, but think about the way that Elvis sang in the 1950s. He's literally like screaming into the mic in a very awesome way. And that almost like invented rock and roll. Again, I'm sure people would be offended by that, those that say he stole his music from Black rock and roll. But who was doing that he was imitating specifically? Like, give me a name.
Yeah, it doesn't make for good drama when you turn it into a sermon. Nobody likes that.
So really, Elvis was the first person to sing like that. Then again, you had like for example, you had some female Black crooners that were really like had a big voice and were really belting it out, but it wasn't in like the rock and roll way that Elvis sang. But you had people that came maybe after Elvis or were contemporary with Elvis that kind of had that same way of belting it out, like maybe James Brown or like, again, Little Richard kind of sang like that. So
well, we're all profoundly
really...
Go ahead.
No, please.
We're all profoundly social beings. We're all taking and adapting and responding to other people, and we're also contributing. So without question, Elvis contributed some things to music, and Elvis adapted and took from other things, just like pretty much every idea that I've had, right, has pretty much come from someone else. That there's a possibility that I have transformed or added to some of it, but we're always profoundly shaped by the water that we swim in. And there are gifted people who change the nature of the water that we swim in. So without a doubt, Elvis made contributions, and Elvis borrowed, just like you contribute and you borrow. Everybody borrows, and everybody who has particular gifts contributes.
Yeah. But But the film really is over the top with that message, and I'll give you a couple examples. So the song "Hound Dog" by Elvis did not write that song. I mean, I guess Elvis didn't really write um, any of his songs. I mean, fact check me in the chat if I'm wrong on that, but I don't think he wrote his own music, but at any rate, he didn't write Hound Dog. And the film suggests that there's a woman named Mama Thornton, a black female vocalist, kind of popularized Hound Dog before Elvis, and it sounded very different. It's like slower and more of like a crooning style to it, and Elvis made it much more rock and roll. But then if you look it up, it's like the people that wrote Hound Dog were a pair of white male songwriting team. And then of course his song "It's All Right Mama," that actually was a song where it's like they don't know who exactly wrote it, but it seems to have come from black rock and roll. So it's just misleading on like various fronts.
Right, and it's responding to incentives, right? The incentive is to give that particular narrative. And so Baz Luhrmann was responding to the incentives of the people that he most wants to please. I mean, Air Supply sang a song called "Making Love Out of Nothing at All," but Air Supply didn't write that song, and other artists have done covers of that song. And I like the Air Supply version, but other people prefer the Bonnie Tyler version or whatever. So there's a huge element of just subjectivity in which is superior, and then we all borrow, and those who are gifted all contribute to varying degrees.
Yeah, and the fact that he whether he wrote his songs or not, it is not really like a defining question of whether he was a legitimate artist anyway. Frank Sinatra didn't write any of his music, but his vocal phrasing is what made it Frank Sinatra. That was where the artistry came in, and obviously his abilities as a vocalist.
Right, and Judaism was different under the Romans, right? Jews were influenced by the Romans, and their expressions of Judaism were heavily Romanized, just as when they were under the rule of the Greeks, right? They were heavily Hellenized. And during the age of philosophy, with the revival of classical learning in the 10th to the 13th century, Jews for the first time became philosophers. So we're all constantly operating in a society. We all live in a society. Hillary was right. It takes a village, and we're all constantly shaped and affected and incentivized by the people around us, even if they're not in our race or our religion or our group, right? We are still influenced and shaped, and in turn, we influence and shape others. So there's a back and forth going on throughout history.
Yeah. But on a positive note, it is kind of cool, and the film romanticizes the manner in which Elvis kind of went to the other side of the tracks in Memphis and hung out with Chuck Berry, and he was kind of marinating in that culture. So it's not 100% to denigrate Elvis. It's also to say this white boy was so cool that he could hang out with like the black musicians. That's kind of another implication of it, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
I remember Dennis Prager wrote a column. He was very proud that his son's best friend was black.
Yeah.
And there is a stage often before your teens where people's best friend will be with someone from an out group. But as people move through their teens, they tend to drop these out group friends. So I heavily suspect that Dennis Prager's son's best friend was not the black kid as Dennis Prager's son moved through his teens into his 20s. So in our teens and early 20s, we tend to be rebelling against what we were raised with. But once we marry and have kids, we tend to be much less invested in forming bonds with outgroups, and we become much more reactionary and in-group focused as we try to raise our kids in a safe space. And then our kids, as they age, right, they then rebel against the safe space that we tried to create for them.
Okay, but back to Elvis. Tell me if you agree with me. I believe I've always been a pretty passionate fan of Elvis. I kind of go through phases of listening to his music or not, but wouldn't you say that he is one of the great just musical artists of the 20th century? I mean, I'm probably not the first person to say that, but and I think that's why it kind of is a little irritating that people would suggest that he just kind of lifted his music from black culture, full stop. his charisma on stage, again, show me who specifically he was copying, because I'm not aware of who it was. The way that he sang, and in terms of his personality, he was just like a polite Southern boy. That's it. He was very civil, and they don't really make rock stars like that anymore.
I remember the day that Elvis died. My stepmother was deeply affected, just like my father was deeply affected when, is it Ingrid Bergman, the actress, when she died? Like my father was like emotionally shifted and hurt, felt a great deal of pain. I've never felt any investment in Elvis Presley. I never thought about Elvis Presley. There's one song that he did that speaks to me, Can't Help Falling in Love. I have never thought about anything that you're saying, but the points that you're making all make perfect logical sense.
Well, and there's two Elvises. There's the 1950s Elvis, which is the rock and roll, just the screaming into the mic, and it's almost like a rockabilly sound, very quick tempo, upbeat. And then there's the Elvis like after he was drafted, and then he became the 1970s Elvis, the crooner, and that's great too, but it's just different music. So I might tend towards the 1950s Elvis a little bit, but he had some great songs as kind of more in his middle age as well.
Right. So you extend yourself into Elvis, and so this movie that denigrates his power of contribution, right? That feels for you like an assault, right? It is causing you pain because it is taking down something that you're invested in. There's nothing wrong that's just the nature of reality. Like if you were to diminish air supply to me, it would cause me pain. And the more you have in common with people, the better. But we all get invested in singers, in sports teams, in politics, in tribes, in religions, in furniture. Like people will cry if there's some home renovation and there's a piece of carpet or wallpaper that's a little bit out of whack, because we can't help but get so invested in the world around us.
I
And
mean,
it's adaptive,
the film is
right? It's evolutionarily adaptive.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, the film is mostly an homage. The film is mostly an homage to Elvis. It's certainly not like an anti-Elvis movie. I think everybody was very pleased. Like I think Priscilla was involved. So, but it's just kind of this insidious message, which is a very kind of politically correct thing going on in the first half. And the kid, you have Netflix, you need to watch this. And the kid that plays him, Austin Butler, he just received so many accolades for that role. He's like 30% better looking than Elvis, but he also sings in the movie. But Elvis is like a, 33% better singer than Austin Butler. That's my take.
Right. So I a couple of weeks ago, I started crying on this show when I thought about the beautiful spirals that Danny White would throw as a Dallas Cowboys quarterback. I assume that you've never cried thinking about Danny White's spiral.
Not even close. I really I don't like it. I don't want to talk about football. I mean, nothing against you, but I just in general, I tend to just become very aloof when people start discussing football. So I'm not in danger of weeping. No.
Right. Well, and I have no reaction to Elvis. Like Elvis means nothing to me. I mean, I'm happy to have this conversation. No, that's the point, that we all get we get invested in anything that diminishes that which we're invested in. Like I'd like to have an investment in truth, right? And when I see a false narrative, like what you described, then that feels like an assault on me. That's why we get upset, and that's why we split apart over all sorts of things that from the outside look meaningless, such as Usha Vance's commitment to Hinduism.
Yeah. Well, it's a matter. It's also, not necessarily an emotional issue. Where it is, in addition to that, it's also just a matter of musical history. That when you have an artist on the significance of Elvis, then it's a matter of open debate. Like if there were someone else on this call and they wanted to argue the other way, that actually, no, he was like 90% influenced by Black music, I would say, oh, okay, like let's hear the other side of it. So to me, it's just a matter of argument, like anything else. It's a dialectic about history.
Right. So people like rise and fall in influence and importance. So, and influence and importance to whom, right? Elvis means nothing to me. Danny White means nothing to you. Air Supply means a great deal to me. Probably means nothing to anyone who's watching me. So we will have these abstract commitments in theory to truth, but what really will get us going is any assault on that which we value.
That we can agree with. We can agree on that. So thanks for having me on 40, and I'll be tuning in to the rest of the show.
Okay, take care, man. Okay, there was a great theory that I encountered. Like I'm a single man, I don't have kids, so I'm falling in love with beautiful ideas every other day. And one beautiful idea that I heard a couple of years ago was balance theory. That is, the more imbalanced you are with someone, the more likely that relationship is to be strong. But if you disagree over Elvis or the Dallas Cowboys or marginal tax rates, right, the more you disagree with people, right, the less imbalanced you are with people, the more fragile the relationship. So I notice among intellectuals in particular, they often valorize their free thinking, and it's like, oh, my friendship with Joe, it doesn't depend upon us agreeing on anything. But the nature of reality is the more you agree with someone, right, the stronger the relationship, the more balanced, the more stable it is. And the less you agree with someone, the more unbalanced and unstable it becomes. And so as I adopted the Dallas Cowboys as my favorite football team in the 1970s, it would cause me pain when the Cowboys would lose, and it would cause me pain when my friends preferred other teams. And that's the nature of the human animal. We get incredibly invested in the world around us because it's evolutionarily adaptive, right? We all want to participate in niche construction, where we construct our niche, where we construct the world around us so that it is most conducive to the thriving of ourselves and of our progeny and of people like us. So the prospect of niche construction is not some sinister left-wing great reset theory, right? All forms of life do it. Birds do it, flowers do it, panthers do it, leopards do it, people do it, Democrats, Republicans, lefties, righties. Everyone is trying to construct a world around them that is most conducive to their own interests.
I think in the background before this podcast came to fruition, and they're both commentators. It kind of makes sense given the context of Tucker and the trajectory of Tucker's commentary that this might be a person that ends up on his show. That's not shocking to me.
Right.
The heritage thing, I think they kind of put their foot in their mouth, and I don't fully understand still why they're doubling down. That second tweet, I think, makes them look a lot better than the first enforced error, for sure.
Right.
And I actually agree with the second tweet and saying that, like, kind of addressing some of these comments.
And look better to whom? To people who share this cosmopolitan, buffered, fictional identity. And to other people, it looks, with a more traditional, porous, medieval religious outlook, it is caven compromise. Craven.
Face on is a better response than allowing them to continue kind of unaddressed, because I think
there's just absolutely useless commentary. It just doesn't add any understanding. Right, there just seems to be no awareness that the particular hero system that we each have is different, and there's no point morally lecturing people who don't share your transcended hero system. Right, I am not someone who's into gaming. Right, this, by contrast, is the type of scholarship that I enjoy. Right, here's a discussion by an Israeli academic, Professor Michal Bar-Asher Siegal, about Christianity and Judaism. When did they actually separate? Right, this is what I'm into.
Should understand, maybe we do not recognize it, that the Gospels actually are written before the first rabbinic.
The rabbinic text we have. So obviously we have oral tradition, and then the rabbinic tradition maybe happened, but it's around the same time. And so this is when scholarship starts talking about siblings, right? The sister religions, right? So it's developing side by side, in fact, at the same time. So it's not a mother-daughter. There isn't like a tree and its roots, right? This is, we see that in church fathers. So in the church, when they talk about the roots of.
So I grew up having to read 30 to 40 pages of dense Christian apologetics every day for basically 3 years. And I developed a great distaste for apologetics, except when I feel in need of being strengthened in my particular hero system. Then I adopt and love apologetics. But generally, I prefer this type of disinterested scholarship.
Christianity and Judaism, but in fact, the tree that becomes Christianity. Again, always this power struggle. You know, we owe some death to Judaism, but we develop to be better. This is a supersessionism talk, right? Who's better than the other? But when we're talking about two religions side by side and developing side by side, I think it represents better the relationship between those two religions. Now, so who influenced who, right? That's the question. So again, if we're talking about two religions living side by side, the most important thing we need to know is that the Bible, what we call the Hebrew Bible, or some Christians call it the Old Testament, stands at the root of those two religions. They go back and forth and addressing it, and they interpret it, some verses the same way, some verses differently, and they talk about it. But we also have the cult around it, right? The praxis and the cult and beliefs that those two religions share or not share and discuss. Messiah, charity, repentance, all kinds of stuff. Practice. What do you do? Do you keep kashrut for food? Do you?
So when I decided to convert to Judaism, right, I was all down with all the apologetics for why Judaism was true and Christianity was false. But then your life changes. You may start to take that distinction for granted, and you no longer need to seek out that kind of apologetics.
Circumcise your son? So all kinds of questions that are not always have to do with the Bible and has a lot to do with theology and praxis and all kinds of stuff that are also being debated at the same time in Tov religion. And if we look at that in the complex picture, which is now where scholarship is, to look at the details of that picture, we see, and that's the end result, and that's the answer to your question. What was the relationship with those two religions? The answer is, it was complicated. Because human beings are complicated, and religions are complicated, and cultures are complicated, and they had a complicated relationship. So we can see polemics. They're fighting fiercely. We see anti-Jewish writings by Christians.
Right, so Christians said some horrible things about Jews. Jews said some horrible things about Christians. It's exactly what you would expect when you have competing religions, competing groups.
Early on in the 2nd century, beginning of the 2nd century, where Christians say, oh, those Jews with their superstitions, and they believe in following the lunar calendar and all kinds of stuff with fasting and what's the stupid stuff. But on the other hand, we can see as late as the 5th century, we can see where we have laws that say to Christians, stop.
So you can listen to Nick Fuentes and you can learn all about how Jews and Judaism are satanic. Or you can listen to Jewish apologetics, where you can learn about how Christians and Christianity are satanic. Or you can listen to Muslim apologetics about how Jews and Christians are satanic.
Stop eating the matzah that the Jews sent to you on Passover. Or we see evidence of Christian being circumcised. Or in the 4th century CE, we see Chrysostomus, a church father, yelling at his church.
And the chat says, has Nick Fuentes been successfully decoded yet? Well, for some people who watch, right, they feel, oh, I got some insights. Yeah, I feel like I got a decoding of Nick Fuentes. And then for perhaps 99% of people, it's like, no, this stream is a letdown. I'm just getting pablum.
Followers and saying him, stop fasting on Yom Kippur. Stop going to the synagogue for the festival of the trumpets, right? This is Rosh Hashanah. Stop going and sitting with in their booths, Sukkot. Stop doing all this stuff. So all of a sudden we see, as late as that, evidence of actual context between them.
It's not all relative. I believe in objective, transcendent, divine truth. I am a convert to Orthodox Judaism. That is my particular hero system. it is different from yours if you're not an Orthodox Jew. You have your own hero system. You have your own notion of what is true and good and divine.
And we were looking at the rabbinic sources, which is what I do. This is my profession. I look at the rabbinic literature and I see there, this is all new scholarship, but we see all of a sudden that the Jews polemicize about Christianity. They say Jesus burned in hell.
And you will find Jews who say, oh yeah, but when Jews polemicize about Christianity and say bad things about Jesus and Christians, at least they're not genocidal about it. And you'll find Christian scholars who look at these polemics and go, oh, well, this is how Christians are superior to Jews. So you can always find ways to build up and strengthen your in-group identity.
He's sitting in boiling excrement. The Talmud says that Jesus sits in hot poop. And it says that Jesus was, killed and talk about all of the sins of Jesus. But on the other hand, it has and adopts a lot of Christian monastic ideas about repentance. And it talks about...
So Judaism's heavily influenced by Christians. Christians have been heavily influenced by Jews. Jews and Christians were both heavily influenced by, at some point, Islam, or by Hellenic culture or Roman culture, or they've had far more in common over the past 200 years since the Enlightenment, where the world's become increasingly secular. So up and from about the 13th century to the 18th century, Jewish and Christian fortunes would basically rise and fall in opposite directions from each other. Right? Jewish fortunes would rise as Christian strength diminished. But since the Enlightenment, Jewish and Christian fortunes have largely fallen and risen together, because now the world around them has changed to an increasingly secular and atheist world.
About question of charity and prayer in ways that are very similar to Christians, and with ideas that they borrow and think together from the Christians. So, and even if they're polemicizing, we talked about...
I haven't talked to Tom Sunik in years, but would be happy to talk to him. Very learned, highly intelligent man.
Heretic stories about heretics in the Talmud, Christian heretics. So on the one hand...
So why do I choose Judaism if Judaism borrows and is influenced by other religions and cultures? Because I believe that God is, in the final analysis, the final author of Judaism, right? That is my subjective leap of faith. If you're a Christian, you believe that in the final analysis, right, God sent his son Jesus to earth to offer humanity a path to salvation. Right? We all have to take a subjective leap of faith to the particular transcendent hero system that motivates us.
Polemicize and argue and fight against what the Christians are saying. On the other...
Why settle with one? Because we have a need. Right? We need a tribe. We need meaning. We need a hero system. It's a biological necessity.
On the other hand, to fight, they need to know a lot of the material about Christians. So it shows me on the one hand that they polemicize and fight against. On the other hand, they know enough of Christianity.
Right. Husband and wife will often fight, and then they'll often make up. They'll often have interests in common, and then they'll often have interests that drive them in different directions, right? If a husband, right, increases in power and status in the real world while his wife loses her allure, right, he will have more power over her, and she will worry that he will leave. On the contrary, if a man loses his job and his wife is very attractive, right, he will feel increasingly insecure and jealous.
To do that. So it both gives me the polemics and the acquaintance of it. And lastly, even when they talk about Jesus in the Talmud, they can do very harsh things. And actually, the Jesus in the Talmud is a good way to demonstrate your question. When the Talmud talks about Jesus in the Talmud, scholarship at first started to say, oh, maybe this is historical. Maybe we can learn something about historical Jesus. We can't. This is later tradition. This is 4th, 5th century about Jesus. But the stories about Jesus in Talmud, there's not a lot. There's a few stories, I don't know, 10 or something like that, stories about Jesus in Talmud, maybe less, a few passages. And on the one hand, it really shows familiarity.
So in something like the 13th century, a bunch of Jews were burned to death in a synagogue, And as they were dying and being burned up, they were singing a particular Hebrew melody, which then would go on to influence Christian music.
Familiarity with the New Testament tradition about Jesus, which is very, very interesting, but how do they know and whatever. We have, as I said, very harsh criticism of Jesus for being, for example, promiscuous, going with whores and all kinds of stuff, doing stuff with women, and his end is horrible at the end of time.
Yes, wanting a home is not escapism, it's not shameful, it's not an inability to cope with reality, it's not self-delusion. It is a rightful want. Yes, we need a home. Each of us needs a home, a tribe, an in-group, and a hero system, a transcendent, globalized meaning system.
But on the other hand, the Talmud as well preserves a story that says Jesus was once a student of the rabbi, and a very important student of the rabbi. And in fact, one story in the Talmud even says, we could have kept him. It was a misunderstanding. We dealt with this wrong. When the story is being composed, whoever composed the story knows the end, knows this Christian.
So the more devoted you are to your particular religion, the less likely you are to see a divine role in other religions. So by and large, it's not a kosher thing for Orthodox Jews to say that they see a divine role for Christianity or Islam. But you'll have some outliers recognizing, oh, I think that maybe God did work through Christianity, maybe God did work through Islam, maybe God did work through other religions than my own.
Christianity won at the end of the day, but there's still a sense of this could have been done differently. We could have retained that. We remember he was once one of ours.
Right, so there are benefits to splitting and separating, and there are benefits to overlooking differences and joining together. So humans are constantly splitting and joining and splitting.
Remember that he was a sage. He was learned in the Torah. He was one of us. But something happened there, and a misunderstanding, and we were too harsh on him, and we weren't smart enough to keep him. So whoever writes this story still has a sense of this could have ended differently, which is extremely interesting to find in the text that redacted so late. So to conclude with this example, to say the situation is complicated. It depends what you're reading and how you're reading, and everything that the sources tell us is just as people are complicated and communities are complicated, such as the connection between Judaism and Christianity.
So learning how complicated people are and how complicated reality is and how complicated history is, that is not a message that makes you feel stronger and more righteous about your group, right? So I like this kind of disinterested scholarship at this time in my life, in this situation in my life. But at other times in my life, I wanted to hear more apologetics about how my in-group, my religion, right, my particular conception of reality was righteous and our enemies were wicked and evil.
The problem is it's demographics. These immigrants are coming here. They're going to turn Texas blue like they turned California blue.
Yeah, I saw it happen.
Yeah.
So demographics are incredibly powerful, and it's not something that Conservatism Incorporated wants to talk about. And Nick Fuentes is willing to talk about something that's incredibly important. And so that's why he earns his audience.
Yeah. And, you know, you look at even the opinion polls. These people don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in the Constitution. The Second Amendment is liberty.
People respond to incentives. So people don't tell pollsters or their co-workers all sorts of things that they really believe, because people get the message, oh, I don't want to come across as racist. So people on the right, conservatives, are far less likely to offer their opinions in mixed settings, because they realize that there's no coming back from an accusation of racism. So they self-censor. And then they go online looking for someone with the balls to say the things that they wish that they had the situation to say.
Libertarian, the things that are, and as American, things that are important to you, they don't believe, they don't understand these things. And so I said, that's another political obstacle. You've got the media, you've got immigration. So I'm thinking like, well, we're going to vote for Ted Cruz. He's going to be the constitutionalist. We'll vote for Rand Paul. He'll be the libertarian. But what stands in the way of political power for us? It's the media and it's immigration. So I said, well, we got to get Trump to beat the media, build the wall, deport the illegals. And
so this reasonable, commonsensical Nick Fuentes is not the Nick Fuentes that garnered a huge following, right? Here he is performing respectability.
And once we set the country straight, then we can actually have our constitutional republic back.
Right, being reasonable doesn't generate a huge audience. Right, he got his huge audience from being hilarious and edgy, and he is stepping away from that persona, just like Destiny does when he's on, say, NBC News Meet the Press.
That was kind of the idea, and that's the mindset that I had going into college.
Amazing. So then what happened?
And so Tucker also, he is performing sincerity and respectability and open-mindedness.
So I go to college, and I'm just, at that point, a huge Trump supporter. And you got to understand, for me, for my generation, so I was 18.
So I would suspect that for most people watching these two blokes talk, they find Nick more authentic.
I turned 18 in August 2016. And to us,
That's
Trump...
amazing.
Yeah. Well, because we're like the first generation that was in...
So do you think that Tucker would be so complimentary and respectful if Nick wasn't as influential as he was? No. After trying to put Nick down, Tucker realized that doesn't work, so now he's trying a different tactic.
Influenced by Trump, coming of age in that moment.
No, I say it's amazing because when you're living in something, you don't appreciate its full significance. But to be 18 in August of 2016, so this really is, as you're forming your views.
So just imagine this is now on YouTube. This would not have been on YouTube in 2019 or 2020, 2021. Right? YouTube has quietly shifted from moral gatekeeper to attention broker. Right? YouTube's old policy of ban first, moralize later. Right? That was a product of a particular time and place, a particular situation, a time of panic. Right? Platforms feared being blamed for disinformation or extremism. But Elon Musk buys Twitter, opens up free speech, and other platforms realize that outrage gains views. It drives massive engagement, right? Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes aren't French. They have an enormous audience. This is high yield, highly profitable data and content. And YouTube's business rewards time spent on the platform, doesn't reward virtue, right? The major tech companies have grown tired of the moral policing and the algorithmic censorship, right? They're no longer trying to solve misinformation, right? And there's an increasing collapse of a shared moral consensus. It used to be all the elites were aligned. It seemed like that we need more censorship. Well, Elon Musk buys Twitter, and there's a fracturing among the elite. And Elon Musk shows how much of an audience there is for more unfettered speech. So the established elite moral order that governed our digital spaces are given away to metrics. Right? YouTube isn't leading the culture anymore. YouTube reflects the exhaustion of our elites trying to police and censor our culture. Didn't work out well for them once Donald Trump got elected.
And really, yourself.
Yes.
In the middle of this. We'll admit that we are not the most.
Or of inevitability, invincibility. And I loved that. And so I went to Boston University. I got on campus in September, and I was wearing my MAGA hat everywhere, in the dining hall, walking down the street. And it's a city campus. So you're walking down Commonwealth Avenue, and you're in the city of Boston, which is super liberal. And at that time, it's different than it was now. People were getting fired for wearing MAGA hats. People were getting punched in the face. It was like being a Trump supporter was out there actually back then. It was controversial. It was
So this Tucker interview takes place during a particular time and space. It happens a few weeks after Patrick Bet-David interviewed Nick Fuentes. So Patrick blazed the way. And Patrick is primarily a businessman, so it's a very different conversation.
Your opinion of me. I'm Middle Eastern, married to a white girl. Or do you think it's better off for America to minimize more of me coming to America?
America's no longer America. Mass migration is changing what America is. And I want to conserve what America historically has always been.
Well, that's a little bit. Yeah.
So Tucker's having a moral and theological conversation. And Patrick Bet-David has psychological and corporate conversation. Right? Tucker wants to know if Nick has a soul. Right? Patrick wants to know if Nick has self-control. Right? The Nick Tucker talk spirals into abstract theology about Jews' diaspora identity, and Tucker will push back eventually with Christian universalism. Patrick reroutes the same topic, but in the lens of capitalism and assimilation. So Tucker moralizes, Patrick Bet-David pragmatizes. Tucker focuses on the metaphysical conflict, the spiritual conflict. Patrick reframes it as ethnic success strategy. Same subject, different genre, right? Religion versus business school.
You know, that's a little bit harsh.
Well, I'm not in favor of interracial marriages. That's against my values. I want to have a white wife.
Right, so his values aren't objectively superior or inferior to anyone else's values. Right, they're objectively or inferior or superior to some other set of values, but people experience reality differently.
I want to have white kids. That's important to me.
That's kind of racist.
I agree.
Okay.
But
so what is racist, right? And the very notion of racism depends upon a subjective leap of faith. Right? There's nothing in the history of Western civilization and of Christianity or of Judaism that even has any concept of racist. It is a brand new secular invention of the past 100 years. Right? All of humanity prior to the past 100 years had no concept of any such sin, any such horrible thing as racism. It is a brand new invention by people who buy into the Enlightenment and buy into a certain, buffered liberal left moral concept, hero system that has been reluctantly accepted by conservatism incorporated because they have to operate within a system where the dominant left liberal hero system rules, and they have to make do the best they can.
Let's remember the context.
How bad is the video? Is it appropriate to just show?
You can pull it up, yeah.
Rob, can you pull it up? I'm actually curious on how bad the video is.
It's a funny search query. I'm not sorry because...
So how bad it is depends on your particular hero system. For one hero system, it's not bad. To another hero system, it's horrible.
This is a political attack. This is how political control is maintained.
So when you go a week ago and you're like, you don't need to do it. Drop in the N-word. How is your approach going to change moving forward?
I don't think there's much that needs to change.
I've seen the tweets, I've seen the videos.
I don't platform trolls.
But how are you processing this?
I'm going to tell you the truth. I thought there were things about the memorial that were distasteful. I did not like him when he was alive. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, listen, you going to the dark side of where you're going right now. Is that kind of where you're going or not at all?
I didn't even want to do.
Well, the Charlie Kirk Memorial was a product of evangelical Protestantism, right? Nick is Roman Catholic. Of course, he's going to find that kind of evangelical Protestant memorial distasteful.
The show at that time. I was looking for an off-ramp. At that point, they were trying to knock me out. It made me want to stay in the game.
I got it. Okay. Wire, who he was hanging out with, I think they even liked each other at one point. That became a Jew, converted, and then did certain things, and some retweets, some incidents with Ben, that the temperature elevated. One after another.
Right. Nick Fuentes' political journey begins with Dennis Prager. Then he's radicalized on race by Mark Levin. Then he starts following Ben Shapiro, and then Ben turns on him. And that rupture creates Nick Fuentes as we know him today.
And then in one video while he's at a university at this Leadership Institute, where the camera is kind of angled and this girl records him saying something about blacks, that goes viral. He gets blocked from all the conservative interviews, and at a young age.
Right, you attack someone, you don't know the effect that's going to have. Right? It's not necessarily going to intimidate and silence them.
He goes from here to the entire whole different level. And I asked him a couple questions. Who are you more concerned about? Jews in America or Muslims? His answer is very interesting. I asked him, who's a bigger net positive?
It's very interesting to some people, right? Not even remotely interesting to me, but I'm not Nick's audience.
Word. Please have him on. I said, who are you talking about? He says, Nick has stopped saying the N-word. I said, no, you said it a lot a week ago.
So Nick is performing respectability in his appearance on Patrick Bet-David, but performing respectability isn't what powered Nick's rise to fame, fortune, influence.
So no, he slowed down. He actually reacted. I said, well, we're going to have a conversation. I said, you're probably the first to know that we're having a conversation. And then obviously you're here. Appreciate you for coming out and making.
And Claire says the Charlie Kirk Memorial was vomit-inducing. I found it moving, but it was fairly familiar to me because I grew up an evangelical Christian.
In the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Nick, I don't know much about you except for the clips I've seen, respectfully. To me, the way I've made my money over the last, 25 years in insurance and finance was watching who has talent. And I would watch somebody, I would say, this guy's got what it takes, right? First time I had Charlie Kirk on at 23 years old, I said, there's something very special about this guy. At 23, I came to my insurance company. I said, this guy's going to be the president one day. Watch this guy closely. First time I watched Tucker, unbelievable talent. When you watch him, humor, sarcasm, intelligence.
So Patrick and Tucker relate to Nick in some similar ways, right? Very respectful, but Tucker admires Nick as an indestructible rebel, right? Patrick recasts Nick as a teachable prodigy, right? Tucker anoints Nick. Patrick wants to manage Nick, right? Both want Nick to keep his intensity, but Tucker glorifies it as prophecy. Patrick wants to translate it into political, pragmatic corporate leadership, right? Tucker wants to tell a story of a martyr's journey, right? Patrick ends the show like a networking host, right? Tucker wants to mythologize Nick. Patrick wants to give him entry into the market. So Tucker is dealing in moral drama, and Patrick is operating a business podcast. Tucker's tone is serious, theological, conspiratorial. Patrick is coaching, transactional, rehabilitative. Tucker's goal is to demonize taboo speech. Patrick wants to humanize a disgraced brand. Tucker's frame for Fuentes is that he's a martyr prophet fighting perfidious elites. For Patrick, Nick is a talented young man who's made PR mistakes. Tucker wants to build emotional solidarity with Nick's audience. Patrick is curious and wants to normalize Nick for centrists. So the risk for Tucker is that Fuentes will gain in sanctity. For Patrick, that Fuentes will build legitimacy. Two very different conversations going on here.
Controversial everywhere, not even, just in liberal Boston. But so I was wearing my hat everywhere, and I was just getting accosted constantly. In the dining hall, people would come up and yell in my face. Some black girl in a hijab ran up to me and said, you know what you're supporting? You're racist, this. And I'm trying to get my pizza, I'm trying to get my oatmeal or whatever at the dining hall. This was happening constantly.
So Tucker is hosting sacred conversation, right? Tucker is hosting a morality play about God, heresy, redemption, right? Patrick Bet-David is conducting a secular interview, right? A crisis management session disguised as mentorship. So Fuentes has multiple products. He steps into Tucker's genre and he becomes a religious spiritual prophet. In Patrick's world, he becomes a brand. So America no longer shares a hero system, right? It no longer believes in shared truths. So we have every ideology getting repackaged as content. So after Tucker saw the reaction to Patrick Bet-David's interview, Tucker positions himself as the second wave interlocutor, more moral, more religious, more symbolic than managerial.
And so I was going then on Twitter, and I had a small Twitter account with my real name and face, and I had, maybe 200 followers, and I'm posting about my experiences. And I caught the attention of a lot of people on campus for wearing the hat, for posting on Twitter, and they found my Twitter.
You've only been there like a month?
Less.
So let's compare the trajectories of Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer. It's hard to believe that Nick was the more stable. Right? Nick began as Richard Spencer's junior imitator. Richard Spencer presented himself as an intellectual who tried to make his racial nationalism respectable. He started magazines, he hosted conferences, he tried to go the think tank route. Right? Nick Fuentes staged in the digital underground, meme culture, live streaming, troll humor. So Richard Spencer tried to build top-down institutions to audience. Fuentes built bottom-up audience to institutions. The bottom-up model survived because it was self-funded and emotionally sticky. Right? Richard Spencer burned out. Spencer peaked in 2016 when the news media needed a villain, and social media boosted his extremist novelty. By 2018, Spencer was banned, broke, and destroyed, and his movement required mainstream oxygen. When the spotlight moved, his movement collapsed. Fuentes built during this time. He was built and operated for a different terrain, a hostile terrain, right? Encrypted chat, donation platforms, constant rebranding. Nick more successfully navigated the censorship economy and learned how to thrive despite being deplatformed. In temperament, Richard Spencer is theatrical, narcissistic, erratic, loves grandeur, doesn't love the grind, right? Nick is obsessive, regimented, small bore, right? Nick streams nightly, keeps control of his followers, cultivates a monastic image. Richard, much more promiscuous and experimental with drugs and alcohol. All right. Nick's discipline beat Richard's flamboyance. Richard Spencer, in pursuit of mainstream respectability, went left. He talked about Medicare for all and the importance of the environment and how disappointed he was with Trump. Right? Fuentes moved in, tighter religiosity, tighter purity, kept his populist frame. For Nick's followers, looked like he had conviction, and Richard Spencer didn't really stand for anything. Richard Spencer was yearning for recognition from the elites, media elites, policy conferences, high culture validation. Nick Fuentes said, I don't need your recognition. I don't need your respectability. Nick built a martyr brand. Richard couldn't live by a martyr brand. Nick's attitude was, they can't cancel me. I'm already canceled. Right? Richard depended on permission from the elites and from the major tech platforms. Right? Nick operated on defiance. Richard Spencer's personal life blew up. Divorce, lawsuits, violence, accusations. Right? The intellectualized narcissist who disdains logistics always implodes. Nick Fuentes learned the production discipline of the YouTuber, schedule, merchandise, donors, community, stability through repetition. Spencer was a figure of the early Trump era, that brief flirtation between white identity politics and mainstream attention. Fuentes is a figure of the post-institutional America, right? A digital tribe where you don't need power, only permanence. Richard Spencer tried to be a leader of men, and he failed. Fuentes wanted to be a streamer with a cause. He succeeded. Right? The gamer comic was more durable than the would-be philosopher king. Spencer played politics as theater. Fuentes plays theater as politics. Fuentes had the winning game. Richard Spencer had the losing game. So Richard Spencer tried to stage himself as a statesman leading a movement, and he tried to borrow the costumes of the old politics, suits, conferences, think tank logos, press conferences. He wanted recognition from the elite. He wanted the establishment to admit that he was part of them. He was part of the conversation. So it was very painful to him when elites, for example, wouldn't shake hands with him. Now, his politics was fake because it was built for performance, for the camera, not for reality, not for how organizations or public policy works. Richard Spencer mistook the attention he got for legitimacy. Richard Spencer performed politics and parades and manifestos and microphone moments. He didn't build a functioning structure. As soon as the cameras left, there was nothing. Nick Fuentes plays theater as politics. He didn't pretend to be part of the system. He didn't seek validation from the elites. His entire movement is live stream performance, memes. He doesn't try to imitate US senators. He imitates streamers. He understands the algorithm. He understands how every outburst, ban, and feud is material for the next episode. His movement is fandom, right? His policy goals, his politics are secondary to the emotional continuity of the show, right? Attention is the capital, the political capital. Nick doesn't try to be normalized. He tries to remain in charge of his narrative. Nick's perpetual visibility beats Richard Spencer's attempt at building institutions. Nick won in the attention economy through his endurance, through his discipline, through his daily performance, right? Politicians need votes every few years. Streamers need viewers every minute, right? Nick's narrative proved much stronger than Richard's organization. We now have movements forming around stories, not around institutions and platforms, right? You can lose elections and still rule the algorithm. Conflict creates monetization, outrage, cancellation, moral drama, generate revenue and loyalty. What ruined Richard Spencer infamy feeds and strengthens Nick Fuentes. Fuentes looks real because he's unpolished, reactive, live. Richard Spencer looks fake. His rehearsed grandeur reveals itself as artificial, bogus, in an age that prizes spontaneity and authenticity.
It's weeks, maybe 3 weeks this is starting to kick up. And I catch the attention of my peers, and they start going at me on Twitter and giving me death threats. We're going to kill you. How dare you? If I see you, I'm going to beat your ass, that kind of thing. And this is my first experience with it.
So Richard's what, about 20 years older than Nick? And normally when people get older, they get more stable. But young Nick, right, proved himself of stronger stuff and more stable than Richard.
This, now we're all kind of desensitized to it, but that was my first run-in with this intensity from the left.
So Richard yearned to be taken seriously, and instead he got ridicule and he couldn't handle it. Fuentes embraced the ridicule, and then he gained seriousness because of his strength. So credibility built for Nick from his defiance, not from his decorum. Right? Richard Spencer's failures marked the end of his particular ideology, trying to re-enter the mainstream through elite aesthetics. Nick Fuentes' rise marks the rise of content politics, where belief, entertainment, and identity fuse into one continuous show. Nick turned what was the freak show and the sideshow into the main event. There is a professor of political science named George Hawley who wrote 3 perceptive books on the distant right. One book was called Right-Wing Critics of American Conservatism. Another book is called Making Sense of the Alt-Right. And he notes the alt-right and people like Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer did not appear from nowhere, right? They grew up in the soil that Dennis Prager, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, Conservatism Incorporated had tilled, right? The conservative movement narrowed its own coalition so that it was now defined after the end of the Cold War by tax cuts and free markets and hawkish foreign policy, and that left millions of people without a political home. And so for many Americans, cultural and racial and religious identity replaced economics as their focus, and there was no place for them to go except to the internet and the distant right and the distant left. Right? Conservatism tried to purge populist nationalism and racial identity, and they tried to kick these people out of the movement. And the ideas that they tried to rule as unacceptable did not die. They just went underground and online. And then the internet removes the gatekeepers, so the exiles reemerge online and call themselves alt-right. Conservatism became anti-intellectual. They started rewarding outrage over nuance. They hyped rhetorical combat. And then the very audience that was trained on their outrage would come to mock National Review and Fox News as sellouts. So a culture of grievance was normalized. The emotional grammar of victimhood, which led to so much success for right-wing talk radio, right, led to Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer, who could present themselves as besieged truth-tellers censored by the elites. It was the alt-right who seemed to be more authentic to the narrative of victimhood, who dropped the civic restraint, who swapped "we're the silent majority" for "we are the last tribe left." Right? Conservative institutions, Conservatism Incorporated, ignored online subcultures. They assumed that politics still ran through think tanks and op-eds. The alt-right mastered the memes, the irony, the live streaming, the entertainment. The medium and the message changed. Right? The National Review published essays, not by academics, but by pundits, but the alt-right thrived through the creation of visual spectacle, compelling moments.
So I file a police report, I get real nervous, and when you're a student, you can't really avoid other people. You're in a dorm room, exactly. You're in the, so you're vulnerable. And anyway, long story short, so one of these guys from the campus libertarian group, Young Americans for Liberty, he reaches out to me and says, hey, I'm not going to say his name, but he goes, I go to a school in Boston. I'm from YAL. He said, and I'd like to set up a debate with you and one of these people that's been giving you a hard time on campus, because they were doing a lot of events. He said, is that something you're interested in? I said, absolutely. And so he goes around and he asks some of the bigger people that are antagonizing me on Twitter, and everybody says no. And he goes, yeah, no one's going for it. I said, well, can you try again? Can you? And so he finds one guy, and it turns out to be the student body president of the whole university.
It'll be you.
Yeah, the senior, this liberal douchebag progressive, and he's the student body president of the student government there. And so we set up the debate. It was about a week before the actual election. So I think it was end of October, beginning of November. And they hold it in this auditorium in the center of the campus, and like 300 people show up. So it turns into like this huge, and they're all liberal. They all hate my guts. They're heckling me the whole time. They're yelling at me. We do this debate about Trump versus Hillary. And so I'm there and I'm pro-Trump, and I say, you know, I think Trump's going to win. And I'm straight up like ripping the Ben Shapiro talking points. I'm saying, you know, it's got everything to do with culture and nothing to do with race, and diversity's a problem and all this.
So the grievance culture of right-wing talk radio and the tabloid culture of Fox News, right, created the soil from which the alt-right developed. Right, Trump was the lightning strike, but the fuel had been built for decades. And then Trump breaks the taboo of conservative respectability, and Conservatism Incorporated just seemed increasingly not providing the narratives and the answers and the inspiration that millions of Americans were looking for. Right? Conservatism Incorporated was so bent on procedural respectability that it left millions looking for something else. And the alt-right is that orphanhood once it found the broadband. So what role did talk radio, Dennis Prager, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro play in Nick Fuentes' story? Right? They are Nick Fuentes' mentors. Right? They are the normie gateway figures who taught Nick the language of outrage and moral black and white arguments. Right? Nick Fuentes grew up listening to conservative talk radio in the early 2010s. And the medium mattered more to him than the message. Right? Talk radio taught him cadence, combat, grievance. It taught him the rhythm of constant outrage and moral certainty. He absorbed politics as theater, the host as the hero fighting for the forgotten Americans. Liberals are the enemy. So this rhetorical DNA of daily moral combat, humor, humiliation became the scaffold for Nick's streaming persona. Dennis Prager was Nick's respectability teacher. Right? Fuentes joins Dennis Prager's Prager Force. Right? Prager used campus outreach program. So Dennis Prager offered him moral certainty, the moral intellectual veneer of Judeo-Christian values, small government, the virtues of individualism. Nick learned and loved the moral absolutes that he got from Prager. Then he stripped out the pluralism and used it to promote his ethno-nationalism. Mark Levin gave Nick an emotional template. Right? He learned to love how obnoxious and mean to his callers Mark Levin was. Right? Mark Levin's style of fury as virtue, right, was a key influence. So Fuentes copies this emotional grammar of right-wing talk radio, outrage as proof of integrity, sarcasm as moral superiority. Nick hears Mark Levin saying, America is becoming a majority non-white country. Does anyone think that's good? And Dennis Prager says the same things, right? Fuentes then takes that thinking to its logical conclusion. Ben Shapiro was a role model and then a nemesis. Early on, Fuentes admires his intellect, his persona, but then Fuentes realizes that Ben Shapiro is a toady of Conservatism Incorporated. And then Ben calls Nick anti-Semitic, and he becomes socially isolated from other conservatives, and so Nick realizes he has to go his own way. So talk radio gives Nick the form, anger as authenticity, monologue as community. Dennis Prager, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro give him the script. America's collapsing because the left betrayed our virtue. Nick keeps the rhythm and the moral absolutism, but flips the theology, right? He moves from Judeo-Christian to Christian. Right? The villain is not liberalism. The villain is pluralism. So talk radio built the microphone, and then Nick changed the message. Talk radio provided outrage talk as moral performance that developed Nick's skills and the emotional environment from which Fuentes' live stream nationalism could develop. So Nick is their unintended sequel. So Nick Fuentes, Dennis Prager, very different men, but they share the same moral architecture. Dennis is the respectable institutional version. Nick is the outlaw digitized version, right? There's a difference in tone and in restraint, but not in moral structure.
And I decisively win the debate. It's like not even close. The debate wraps up, and this girl who I think I had talked to her on Twitter once or twice comes running up to the stage after the debate, and it's Cassie Dillon. And at this time, she's a fellow at Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's company. And like I said, I barely knew her. And she comes running up and she says, oh my gosh, I live streamed this debate on Periscope on Twitter. She said, and 30,000 people watched it, and you have like 5 job offers. You did incredible. I said, wow, I don't know what to say. That's great. She goes,
So Nick and Dennis Prager, they both share these moral absolutes, right? The world is divided into good versus evil, order versus chaos, civilization versus barbarism. Dennis Prager anchors this moral worldview in Judeo-Christian values, right? Fuentes anchors it in something concrete, right? Roman Catholicism combined with nationalism. So each pundit offers listeners relief from moral ambiguity, right? Both Dennis Prager and Nick Fuentes tell you who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. Both Nick and Dennis frame America as a moral project under siege. Dennis Prager, the enemy is a secularism and moral relativism. For Nick Fuentes, the enemy is a multiculturalism and liberal democracy. Same plot line. You've got a righteous remnant holding the line against decay. Both treat broadcasting as moral education, not a conversation. They both lecture, not deliberate. They both say they prefer clarity to accuracy. They both provide fatherly instruction, right? One for radio commuters, one for online orphans. Neither treats faith as private belief. It's a public organizing principle. You've got Dennis Prager's happy Torah humanism. You've got Nick Fuentes' Catholic integralism. Both see religion as the only way to fix politics. Right? Dennis Prager wants a coalition of the virtuous. Fuentes wants a homogeneous Christian flock. Both recoil from the ambiguity and fluidity of modernity with regard to gender, multiculturalism, irony, secular humor. They both offer moral solidity in a liquid world. Dennis Prager wraps that in happiness and optimism. Fuentes wraps it in apocalyptic zeal. But Dennis Prager engages in a lot of apocalyptic zeal as well. Both thrive on monologue, on an operation of call and response outrage, and theatrical patience with idiots. So Fuentes learns his tone from Dennis Prager's own performances, right? Nick Fuentes is the underground remix of Dennis Prager's show. They both serve the same emotional needs, make listeners feel morally clean in a polluted world. Dennis Prager sells reassurance. Nick Fuentes sells purity. Dennis Prager keeps you inside polite society. Nick offers you escape from polite society. Dennis Prager is the moral patriarch of the ruling order. Nick Fuentes is the angry son who thinks the father got soft. Both feed the same psychology. They both feed the audience that craves for clear moral boundaries in an ambiguous, boundaryless age. One domesticates that craving and makes it respectable. The other weaponizes it.
18 years old.
Yes. So it's like happening very quickly for me, you know? And she goes, do you want to do a post-game interview after the debate? I said, sure. And so she asked me about how I thought the debate went and what my views are and things like that. And
so Nick has a lot in common with Ben Shapiro, Hassan Piker, Destiny, Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene and Nick both built power by being unwelcome in Conservatism Incorporated. They both flaunt their expulsion and ridicule as proof that they're pure and genuine, right? Fuentes turned his deplatforming and bans into sainthood. They both operate with an anti-elite populism and moral absolutism. Right? They both thrive with their digital charisma of institutional skill, both religious Christian nationalists. Both use conspiracy as a worldview. They both believe themselves engaged in a moral war. Now, what are the through lines of the various iterations of Nick Fuentes? Right? Whatever he's pushing, the through line is this search for purity inside a fallen system. So whether he was a libertarian teen, a MAGA true believer, a dissident nationalist, a Catholic streamer, there's the same emotional spine, just the vocabulary and the costumes change. So he was a libertarian apprentice from ages 12 to 17. Right? He believed that the right rules can restore order to a chaotic and fallen world. Then he becomes a Trump convert, 2015, 2016. Right? Winning is more important than theory. He's finally found a father figure who can crush the forces that make him feel small and tarnished and polluted. Then he experiences exile in 2017 and 2018. He decides that virtue lies with expulsion, right? His moral purification occurs through persecution. They hate me, I must be right. From 2019 to 2022, he's the streamer prophet. He builds America First as a daily ritual. His chat is his congregation. His stream is his liturgy. He's creating community without intimacy. He's creating a brotherhood that doesn't reject him. Then from 2023 to the present, he's preaching religious integralism, Catholicism, personal sanctity. Politics stays angry, but the pitch grows increasingly Christian and devotional. It's all about Christ, hierarchy, ascetic discipline. He transcends his humiliation, turns his loss and banishment into holiness. So what are the constant motifs through every iteration of Nick Fuentes? You've got purity versus contamination. It's constantly dividing the world into the uncorrupted and the compromised. You've got control through rhetoric. Talking is power, words are weapons, words are sacred, words are sacraments. You've got persecution as proof of righteousness. Each ban, each betrayal, each scandal renews the myth that he is the chosen one. You've got father hunger. Whether it's Dennis Prager, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, Donald Trump, Catholicism, Western civilization, he seeks this paternal order to obey and to embody. And you've got spectacle as holy sacrament. Each phase merges moral mission with show business. Performance validates his belief. So Nick Fuentes may keep swapping ideologies, but the plot never changes. He's forever trying to feel clean, powerful, and chosen in a world that he experiences as dirty, weak, and hostile.
You know, very normal stuff. And then at the end, she says, I just got back from doing study abroad in Israel. She goes, and it was amazing. Would you ever take a trip to Israel? And I said, no, I think I got everything I need right here in America. And she goes, oh, okay.
Right. There's no inherent reason why Americans need to visit Israel. There's no inherent reason why people in Japan can't find everything they need in Japan. Now, some people want to be world travelers. Other people will find everything they need at home. Neither approach is inherently superior.
And she wraps up the interview, and that was a little bit of foreshadowing. And this begins a relationship, not a romantic relationship, but we become friends and we start talking. And she's plugged in, like I said, a Daily Wire. She's talking to people at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the college Republicans.
And Nick's narrative is that he's betrayed because he's the truth teller. He's the pure one. He's betrayed by a fallen, polluted, corrupted group world. So why are Tucker, Patrick Bet-David so respectful towards Nick in these interviews? Because they're not really interviewing Nick Fuentes, the ideologue, right? They're interviewing what he represents. They're trying to reach his large audience, right? They want access to that audience without endorsing the edgy stuff. And so they present their curiosity as a form of moral armor, right? Tucker and Patrick sell themselves as fearless truth seekers, right? They just want to understand. They're not here to platform hate. They're using a rhetorical shield. Their curiosity is proof of their virtue. They want to differentiate their brand from the mainstream media, right? They're both defining themselves as gatekeepers, as against the gatekeepers who want to cancel or caricature Nick. Right? Tucker's pitch is, legacy media won't let you hear this, but I will. Patrick Bet-David's pitch is, corporate PR won't touch this conversation, but I talk to everyone. So respect becomes their form of rebellion, shows that they're independent. Nick has a big audience. They want to recruit this audience. They want to talk to Nick's followers through him. They want to perform how fair they are. They want to be measured. If they explode, if they moralize, they'll look like the people on CNN who they ridicule. So their deference shows how mature they are. See, I can talk calmly to this untouchable man that the establishment fears. They reject his extremism, but they recognize themselves in him. Right? Tucker sees the populist rebel crushed by institutions. Patrick Bet-David sees the young striver defying the gatekeepers. Their respect flows out of self-recognition. Nick Fuentes is their own instincts gone wild. Right? They want narrative control. If they are hostile, that will make Nick Fuentes the star martyr. So within respectability, they keep him in their own frame, their own tone, their own rhythm. They let him speak, but they domesticate him. He becomes content inside their brand. Both know that their audience is fatigued with all the moral policing. Viewers want calm dialogue, even with radicals. So They treat him respectfully, not because they endorse him, but because polite curiosity is the most profitable and brand-safe way to touch danger. They're not hosting a confessional. They're curating a spectacle of composure in a culture that's lost it.
To develop this friendship with her. And over time, she lands me this show on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And in this time, I'm really starting to lean into America first. I'm becoming more pro-Trump as time goes on. And what really stood out to me was Trump's inaugural address in January 17th. So this was just a couple months later. And in Trump's inaugural, he's...
So why does Nick admire Joseph Stalin? Right, what the hell is going on there? Right, Nick worships order, power, control. Right, Stalin's absolute command over chaos is something that resonates with Nick. All right, here's Stalin, a man who tames a vast broken nation through will and fear. So Nick sees modern society as decadent and feminized. Stalin is a saint of discipline. Nick venerates purity through persecution. Right? Nick probably resonates with Stalin's purges. They're a form of moral hygiene. You eliminate the traitors, the cowards, the corrupt elites. Right? Nick's rhetoric about cucks and sellouts, echoes Stalin's logic on a smaller scale. It's not that Nick admires the ideology of communism. He admires the power of communism. He admires the catharsis of purification. Nick loves how edgy it sounds, right, to venerate Stalin. It's another way to exhibit his defiance. Nick grew up in a culture of fragmented authority where people have diminishing trust in government, church, and institutions. So Stalin is the missing father figure, severe, commanding, or powerful. Stalin is the anti-West incarnate. Stalin's collectivist, traditional, disdainful of democracy and liberalism, pluralism, ruthless towards decadence. So from Nick's anti-liberal, anti-pluralist perspective, that's heroic. And praising Stalin is a way of trolling.
Says famously, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first, America first. And I said, that's me. Like, that's what I believe. Yeah. I'm an American nationalist.
Me too.
Fully at this point. Not even a conservative. And there was one thing that happened just before that that really struck me as strange. And I've told this story before. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but suffice to say, Barack Obama in the lame duck period, so the Democrats.
So what seems to drive most talking heads is self-assertion. And one of the ways that people feel that they'll make themselves greater is by putting down competitors. So Nick really hates other right-wing talkers, just like Richard Spencer is very unlikely to praise any other right-wing talker. And Nick started really lambasting Steve Saylor over the past year.
I'll read some choice quotes. This is from Steve Saylor, the race realist. He writes, "Since I was adopted a few years later, I concluded it was likely I was half Jewish biologically, which indeed appears to be the case based on evidence my wife dug up when I was 30. He says, it's important to understand the chain of causation. Having a very Jewish-style brain, I sought out the best logical arguments to read, very many of which were made by Jews. Having gone to some lengths to expose myself to Jewish thinkers, not because they were Jewish, but because those who stimulated my kind of mind more than writers from other ethnic groups, I absorbed from them a lot of typically Jewish political stances, pro-Israel, pro-immigration." Steve Saylor. Here's a few others.
Saylor there was talking about his journey, right? Steve Saylor doesn't believe that America needs millions of immigrants currently. So Brock laid this out, pretty good summary. Nick Fuentes and Steve Saylor occupy overlapping but tense corners of the distant right. Steve Saylor is the godfather of human biodiversity. Blogging, he's cold, he's data-driven. Nick is the live-streaming Catholic ultra-nationalist who treats Steve Saylor's polite noticing as half measures for cowards. And the beef is about 90% one way. Nick Fuentes keeps swinging at Steve Saylor. Steve Saylor keeps shrugging at Nick Fuentes. And Nick primarily tries to attack Steve Saylor for any friendliness that Saylor exhibits towards Jews.
Writes, if Gentiles noticed that Jews have higher IQs, they will come for us with torches and pitchforks.
So Nick isn't smart enough to realize that Steve Sailer there is being sarcastic about a certain type of elite who believes that we need more censorship and less truth, because if people realize that different groups have different gifts, then we'll have civil war. So Nick doesn't realize that Sailer is satirizing a delusional attitude among some of our elite.
Or just impose job and college quotas like they did in the 1920s. I think I'm noticing something. Wait a second. What are we supposed to notice here? Are we supposed to notice that blacks are dumb and whites are smart? I'm noticing something else.
So Sailer isn't claiming that pogroms are coming because people notice that different groups have different gifts. He's mocking that elite Jewish fear that pogroms are coming if people realize that different groups have different gifts. Right? He thinks that's ridiculous and that the Cossacks are not hiding in your Uber. Right? He compares the fear to UFOs. Right? He calls the fear hysteria that gets disproportionate attention for no good reason. And he points out that when Jewish stores did suffer from pogroms during the 2020 Black Lives Matter riots, the ADL blamed these pogroms on white supremacy. But you look at the West Hollywood pogrom on Fairfax and Melrose, right, wasn't really white supremacy, it more came from Black Lives Matter, but that's embarrassing to admit.
If the Gentiles noticed that us Jews have higher IQs, they would come for us with pitchforks and torches.
So Nick doesn't realize that Steve is mocking that. Nick is not interested in truth. He's not interested in understanding. He's not interested in steel manning. He's simply trying to point score and create a viral moment.
Just what, like BLM? The white people would be like the Palestinians and BLM if we found out they were better than us? He writes, Ashkenazi Jews have...
So Nick isn't interested in truth. He's not interested in engagement. He's not asking Sailer questions. He's not linking to evidence, right? He's not engaging with data, right? He's just trying to perform victory lap emojis, right? Guy's got zero self-awareness. And Sailer's response that Nick Fuentes is preaching to a low IQ crowd.
Simply accomplished far more than white Gentiles since about 1870.
In some ways, in some areas, different groups have different gifts.
So if I'm a white supremacist, I guess that makes him a Jewish supremacist, right? If you say that white people invented every mode of transportation, if white people invented every field of knowledge, if white people have been creating and systematizing civilization and human knowledge for thousands of years, I guess this is Jewish supremacy. He writes, Jews have won about 25% of the hard science Nobels in history, which is the most impressive statistic of all statistics of which I know. He writes, whether or not Jews and or anti-Semites feel that Jews are not white, the federal government classifies the vast majority of Jewish Americans as white. And that's what counts in the DEI statistic.
So what makes Nick so effective for a midwit audience, right? He comes across as composed. He's very good at baiting, right? Doesn't exhibit empathy. He exhibits bait. He never argues within someone else's frame. He toggles between three registers: earnest Christianity, soft voice, appeals to faith, duty, order, ironic, smirking, eye-rolling, coping-based quips, the ironic streamer, and then sudden volume spike with the moral outrage, right, accusing his opponents of hating God, America, and everything that is holy. So he's got a rhythm, calm, mockery, fire, keeps him unpredictable, keeps the audience alert, uses humor effectively as a shield and a sword. He will use jokes to reset the tempo, to preempt moral criticism. When he's cornered, he'll slip into irony. Relax, I'm just joking, or you're too emotional, dude. Look, you're all triggered. He is skilled at conversational jiu-jitsu. He will turn a concession into proof that he's right. He's good at clipping the clip, extracting a yes, declaring a checkmate. It's not about the data or truth. It's all about the conviction. His audience isn't interested in facts and truth. They're interested in a vibe. He pauses to let his opponents fill the air. He studies their micro-expression, and he uses his followers' laughter and discomfort as feedback. He's excellent at reading the room in real time. He doesn't care about truth, resolution, synthesis. He wants the last word, not the best word, not the most truthful word. He wants to end things with a punchline, a smirk, a moral declaration, something memeable that signals his dominance. It's all about the game at reflexes, the chat response, the laughs, the donations, the clips, the reposts, always playing to the home crowd. And then there's the after-debate victory lap. So the only thing more pointless for me than a Nick Fuentes live stream is Conservatism Incorporated's name-calling and moralistic condemnation of him.
So that's what matters in modern America. He writes, if Hitler wasn't a genocidal anti-Semite who invaded Poland, he could have had German-speaking Jewish physicists develop the nuclear bomb for him. But he made his choices. Painting fingernails emoji. But he made his choices. He was an anti-Semitic piece of shit and didn't let those Jews build a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I find this unbearable. It's just so low IQ and stupid. But the reality is this meets the emotional needs of hundreds of thousands of young men experiencing marginalization, failure, and humiliation.
For him, he made his choices. Twitter is free, by the way. So that just happened as one.
Like who is fed by this?
Lo and behold, we find out that Steve Sailer, not only is he a crypto Jew, but he's like a hardcore Jewish supremacist. And I saw on Twitter, just before I went live, I retweeted it. He's put out all these statements, really controversial statements. He says, for example, just as prestige press writers who capitalize black but not white are racist, so are those who refuse to capitalize Jew. It's obvious to pattern noticers that those who type out Jew with the lowercase j are anti-Semitic lowbrows. Okay?
Right, he's mocking that attitude, but Nick doesn't pick up on that.
So here we find this like based guy. He's based IQ nationalist. He's based, talks about how, black. He's such a good sport. I don't know if he's like doing it intentionally. Maybe he just can't help himself. I don't hate the guy. I think he's okay. But that's a perfect example why a guy like him should be put on house arrest by whites. And he'll sneak.
So this is a very different Nick than the Nick who showed up to Tucker Carlson's podcast or Patrick Bet-David's show.
Here at that. These stupid Christians, they don't know about Heidegger. But we need Romans in his house. We need Romans guarding his house with the we need Lucas Gage level Romans with a shield and a gladius standing outside his house. And Darren can be inside like,
oh, that's
these
Darren Beatty.
Stupid Romans. They don't know about the Kabbalah. They don't know the secrets of the universe. As long as you keep it down in there, it's fine.
And Nick Fuentes destroys Keith Woods for saying Steve Sailer is great, right? It's like Ben Shapiro shtick. Ben Shapiro destroys some liberal.
I saw Keith Woods in the replies. Steve Sailer's great. Why, Keith? Because he signed your book at the VDare Summit? Because he signed your book and followed you on Twitter, you fucking fed? Really? Steve Sailer's great. No, he's not great. And in the words of Keith Woods himself, it's time to take our own side. I don't need to side up with another Jew who thinks I'm a dummy Gentile. I don't need to team up with a Jew who thinks I have anti-Semitism in my DNA. And if he had it his way, I'd be killed or enslaved. Give me a break. But you know what? I don't trust non-Christians. I don't trust people that say, my grandfather was on his deathbed and wanted to get dressed up for a Catholic priest. How humiliating. What is the matter with you? I trust Catholics. I trust Europeans. Okay, I'm taking my own side. I'm not siding up with Steve Sailer and Curtis Yarvin and the rest of these fucking people. Anyway, so that's that. But here's the difference. I'm an American, okay? All right.
Okay, so emotional sobriety, that was a big thing that I've been into the last few years, and I'm just starting to realize how empty it is.
Writing about, presenting workshops on with myself, Herb and I, all over Southern California. And now
Okay.
we've gone to St. Louis and some other places. And now Tom and I are traveling and carrying this message all over in workshops, and other people are doing study
It's a fraudulent fictional message.
groups with the book. A lot has happened. There's been a lot of water.
All right, so the foundation for this approach is that if I am disturbed, there's something wrong with me. But sometimes people will be placed in disturbing situations, and if you are not disturbed in reaction to the disturbing situation you find yourself in, right, there's something wrong with your approach. Reality is often disturbing, and you need to respond to the social nature of reality.
That's passed under that bridge of emotional sobriety. And what I've done the last couple days, probably the last week, I've kind of stepped back and I've tried to look at the landscape of emotional sobriety. And I want to share those reflections for you, which will...
So he believes very much in the buffered self, that we can regulate ourselves without regard to what's going on around us. And that's maladaptive. We're obviously not designed by evolution to do that. If you're in fear that you're about to lose your job, in all likelihood, you're about to lose your job. Right? We get emotionally upset because we find ourselves in upsetting circumstances. Now, sometimes we have maladaptive reactions. So there is some benefit to this emotional sobriety approach, but regarding it as an absolute truth is delusional.
Kind of be, I think, kind of a summary of what we know today and what we have learned as we've started this journey, or as I've started this journey and shared it with you. And, you know, as you heard Tom Rutledge say, and Tom Potash, and anybody that's been here, we've all been growing together with this. My understanding of emotional sobriety has really...
So this is like any other guru talking about, you know, growing together. Unfortunately, for all the wisdom that is here, it is really bad to take this very far, right? There are some seeds of clarity and good ideas here, but overall it's a dangerous fiction.
Deepened because of the to what is emotional sobriety and what does it mean in our life?
We will constantly be in circumstances where emotional sobriety will not serve us as well as a different reaction.
And with that kind of discipline and practice we've had for over 4 years now, hallmark of emotional sobriety.
So it's all about navigating the inner landscape of our life. This is a modern, buffered, post-enlightened delusion. Our lives are not primarily autonomous and buffered. Our lives are primarily interconnected with other people.
Is developing a consciousness of our experience and what it means. And so we really approach our life with this curiosity about how come I'm reacting this way? What does this mean for me?
The primary reason that people react the way they do is because that's the evolutionary system that is manifesting itself, right? We are evolved to feel shame when we're being shamed. We're evolved to feel fear when our situation is bad and dangerous and frightening, right? We are evolved to feel low self-esteem when we're failing and getting humiliated in life. Right? When you're failing and getting humiliated by life, the most important question is not, oh, how can I reorient myself so that as I fail and get humiliated by life, I can feel good inside. I remember when I started therapy, I assumed that this was the ideal, that no matter what happens to me, I can be calm and centered. But it's a fiction. You don't want to be so devoted to this buffered identity fiction.
Now, you notice I didn't say why are we reacting this way? Because I think the what and how questions are better than why questions. What's going on with me? What's creating this reaction?
No, often the why question is more important, right? Why am I feeling fear? If my reactions are normal, I'm feeling fear because of evolutionary adaptive reasons.
I'm having. How How am I experiencing this? What's got me so upset when things aren't going the way I want them to go? How do I deal with that when I feel that way? So I start to become aware of these things. And as we work with this, when I say we learn to navigate the inner landscape of our life, we start to figure out how to deal with our dumb and raging Mr. or Mrs. Hyde and to bring.
So my right wrist can do everything that you want a wrist to do. My wrist is functional. If I feel fear when I'm in a fearful situation, then my reaction is adaptive, right? It's healthy, right? When I'm getting humiliated, defeated, destroyed by life, then a certain low self-esteem, a lethargy, a desire to retreat from more active engagement with the world, a reconsideration of how I'm operating is the healthy adaptive thing to do. So low self-esteem is an appropriate reaction to when you're failing and getting humiliated by life. Fear is an appropriate reaction to a fearful circumstance. Anxiety is an appropriate, healthy, adaptive reaction to an anxious circumstance.
Bring the best of us forward. And as we do this, we're starting to grow and mature.
Right, so he takes the buffered, autonomous, strategic, self-centered, high self-esteem approach as the obvious highest form of identity. And it's a fictional identity that is helpful in some circumstances, but always in denial of the social nature of our reality.
See, maturity is a function of learning from our experiences. And if we learn from our experiences and we take the information and the experiences we're having and we integrate that into learning how.
So you'll hear him say, we can become the final arbiter of what's right and wrong. Right? This is the core fantasy of the buffered self, that we can just invent our own moral universe. But that's not how people work. Our moral sensibilities are evolved to develop status, trust, and cooperation within our group. Right? Claiming that we can just determine right and wrong ignores that our conscience, our guilt, our pride, our shame are inherently formed from our reactions from the people around us. We don't get to be autonomous. Right? This is denial. This is amnesia about how people work, about how social calibration works.
Now to show up for ourselves, to show up for our lives, to show up for our relationships in a very, very different way. So learning to navigate the inner landscape of our lives is very important.
So another piece of nonsense that he puts out here, along with many psychologists, is I don't have to defend your idea of who you think I am, but we cannot maintain any vision of ourselves if it's not socially reinforced. Right? I converted to Orthodox Judaism. If no Orthodox Jew treats me as an Orthodox Jew, I cannot maintain the fiction that I am an Orthodox Jew. We are tremendously dependent on other people to inform us about who we really are. We depend on other people's perceptions of us to feel that we belong and that we can count on others to survive. All right, our status, our pride, our trust, our affection are all real currencies with other people. Like pretending that you can live unaffected by other people's opinion of you is a lie dressed up as serenity and progress and recovery. Right? Mature independence is not insulation from other people's judgments. It's learning how to read other people's judgments accurately and to keep them in appropriate proportion. And then he says, I can be okay with you having any opinion of me or talking to me any way you need to. No, you cannot and you should not. We have the reaction of anger for when we are being mistreated. We have the reaction of resentment when people are transgressing our boundaries. We need these reactions to protect our dignity and to signal that our relationships and cooperation with the people who are most important to me are off track. Suppressing these normal, natural, adaptive, healthy, necessary reactions in the name of this inner freedom and serenity is a delusion. It's exploitive. Healthy detachment helps us have perspective, but it should never erase the importance of our standing with the people who are most important to us. We never get to graduate from other people's opinion of us. We should not even seek that.
The next one is that we experience a renewed sense of power to manage our life. Now, remember, we talked about taking a second first step, which focuses on that the emotional dependency has created what Bill called an impossible way of life, that our lives can become unmanageable because at a very early age, we decided that we could be only okay if we managed everything in our life, which does the opposite, right? It creates an unmanageability because there are going to be a lot of things in my life that are not within my ability and possibility to control and manage. In fact, one of the things that we've learned as we've been on this journey is that growing up is kind of an interesting thing. Instead of having control, what happens is in order to learn how to best cope with a situation, we need to let the situation we're in inform us as to how best to cope with it. So that our job is to find the right response to how we're being challenged. Now, that's very different than what happened or how we functioned before. Because before, our functioning became so rigid and stereotyped. We lost flexibility because when you're controlling, you don't have flexibility. You're trying to demand that things be a certain way. Well, when I let go of that things have to be a certain way, and I shift that over, my job is to find a way to best deal with this. Now, all kinds of new possibilities exist. I was working with someone today between totally surrendering their position or what we call being submissive, right? Totally giving themselves up, erasing themselves. At the other end of the pole, and there's always the other side of it, is being aggressive.
It's sad that this thoughtful, caring, considerate, intelligent man is devoting his life to promoting a fictional, maladaptive approach to reality. Right? He says our emotional center of gravity must be over our own feet. Right? It sounds grounding, sounds profound, but it's misleading. Right? Our emotional regulation must be co-regulation. Our nervous systems inherently, naturally, healthfully synchronize with those around us. Right? He treats self-regulation as simply something that we can do ourselves. Right? He's replacing reality with this stoic fiction. He says we can live free of shoulds, musts, have tos. We cannot. Right? This is a rhetorical high and a rhetorical delusion. The reality is made of shoulds. Obligation is what holds people, friendships, families, jobs, workplaces, synagogues, churches, moral orders together. Right? This fantasy of pure self-acceptance erases the nature of reality, that we're always in some kind of productive tension between our desires and our duties. He'll say emotional dependency makes us unmanageable. Maturity means being emotionally autonomous. We never get to be emotionally autonomous. This is illusion, delusion, fiction. You never get to be that dependent. We're always interrelating to others. Right? Our emotional interdependence, right, comes because we form attachments, alliances with others. We are constantly trying to manage our reputation, right? And trying to eradicate our dependency on others is like trying to eradicate our dependency on oxygen just because you fear suffocation. He says, love needs air. We must give space by detaching from dependence. Yeah, love can suffocate under control. It can also die from neglect. So he poses this false dichotomy between dependency and autonomy, misses the middle ground. We have to operate with negotiated mutual dependence, right? Our emotions are porous. Our identities and lives are social, porous, responsive to what's going on with other people.
And now, not surrendering yourself, but trying to control somebody else. And they were dealing with a certain situation in life. And we said,
we're constantly driven to shape other people and the niche around us. We're evolutionarily adapted to try to maximize our own interests.
We're exploring all of the possibilities that existed along that continuum. And what we wanted to do was get to the middle. Where remember, emotional sobriety, and I'll have that on a slide later on, is learning to act for yourself without being selfish, which is going to be kind of in the middle of those two responses.
So he says later, we suffer from a growth disorder, not sickness, right? Another comforting euphemism. So what Alan Berger calls a growth arrest is really a direct evolutionary adaptation to a harsh environment. The reason that we tend towards hypervigilance, shame sensitivity, people pleasing, right? Not because we're immature. These are survival strategies that have worked for us. Recovery means recalibrating them, not moralizing our essential survival strategies as somehow immature and childish. He says, our society's problem is self-centeredness. The cure is to stop taking things personally. We're evolved to take things personally. Now, you want to calibrate this accurately. People feel threatened because they're in a situation that threatens them, because things are going on around them that threatens their safety, their belonging, their security. Right? The cure is not to be blind to this. The cure is not emotional anesthesia. The cure is building genuine community and connection.
Well, we were exploring everything right around that median, on more of the aggressive side and then more of the submissive side, and exploring which of those might be possible. And the cool thing about it is that what we have to discover is which of those is the best fit for us and who we are. So it's really a really cool thing. But this new sense is that what we realize is that there are so many other possibilities than the black and white thinking that ended up existing because of us deciding that we had to be someone other than we were to be okay. When we decided to actualize a concept of who we should be.
Right. He takes for granted the buffered, independent self that's just strategic and autonomous and can figure out right and wrong on one's own is the ideal, most mature way to live. And it's a fiction, and it's a way of going to war with reality. He says we can reorganize our personality by realizing we've been lying to ourselves. Right. So he recognizes one illusion that the world must meet our expectations, but he doesn't recognize the deeper illusion that the individual can meet all of his needs alone, right? And that second lie is more consequential and bigger than the first, right? His system trades overt emotional dependency for the socially approved addiction to autonomy. He's replacing one lie, I can control others, with another lie. I can exist without others, right? Real emotional sobriety accepts reality, accepts that we are permanently, beautifully porous, that we are shaped, hurt, and healed through our connection with others. So his system is built around recognizing self-deception, but his entire framework is deceptive. He believes that he is transcending dependency by claiming full authorship of his emotions and morals. But this belief depends on a cultural myth that the self can stand alone and buffered and generate on its own truth, autonomy, strategy, worth, morality, serenity. Right? What he's calling maturity is a fantasy of independence, stepping away from the vulnerability that comes with all relationships, right? He is promoting some socially sanctioned fantasy of the independent self, right? Oh, I stopped lying to myself, right? So he's right that we lie to ourselves when we claim the world must meet our expectations. But the deeper and more profound lie is what he is peddling, that we can meet our own psychological needs, right? Our needs, our emotional life, our inner life remains regulated with other people. It's co-regulated. Our values, our morality, our self-esteem are constantly negotiated through our relations with others, through our families, our peers, our status hierarchies. And he frames emotional sobriety as, I can decide what's right and wrong for me. Right? He is pushing a buffered self-fiction that no human nervous system can sustain. It's an attractive lie. It's flattering to the modern independent ego. It denies the porous nature of reality. Our moral compass, our sense of peace, our sense of well-being, our pride are always relationally calibrated. So, wonder if he ever applies his own maxim. When you realize you've been lying to yourself, your personality reorganizes, right, to his own assumption of total self-authorship. Then maybe he'll hit a deeper level of realism, right? True emotional sobriety means recognizing we never stop being interdependent moral animals. right? There is no emotional sobriety when your life is at war with reality. When you're sitting on a railroad track and you feel calm and you're centered and you're practicing deep acceptance while a freight train screams towards you. Yes, you can breathe through your fear. You can absorb and observe your thoughts without judgment. You can whisper, I can't control the train, but I can control my reaction. Right? This modern code of emotional regulation, right, sells the illusion that our inner composure can override outer catastrophe, that we can achieve peace of mind and show that we're enlightened by disengaging any dependence on others. But life is often adversarial, right? There are real forces and relations that will press down on us, right? And then trying to achieve serenity is really self-abandonment, right? When you pursue calm, when the situation around you is dangerous and filled with war, right? That's just like lying down on the railroad tracks and calling it spiritual growth.
Rather than to actualize our real self, our world became a world of absolutes. You were either good and bad. You were either right or wrong. You were either aware or unaware. There was no middle ground. You were either in charge or in control or out of control. There was nothing in between. And that's what I mean by living.
So he is promoting this vision of emotional sobriety that is a retreat from reality, right? To the extent that emotional sobriety means free from maladaptive, obsessive, badly regulated emotional dependence, right? Living without being ruled by another person's moods and approval, right? That's a legitimate corrective to emotional chaos. But now this therapeutic ideal is metastasized into something nonsensical, right? He's claiming you can stay peaceful no matter what happens, right? In a world that feels frightening and unmanageable, it's an attractive message, but it breeds fatalism disguised as maturity. There are all sorts of times when outrage, grief, fear, anxiety, humiliation are the sanest reactions to genuine threats. And thinking that you can transcend that is nonsense.
Living rigidly and stereotyped. When the world becomes black and white, there's only two choices. Okay. Well, we end up getting some separation from the big lie. That is
right, but the biggest lie is what he's selling, right? He is selling denial as some lofty form of serenity and recovery, right? He's saying you can overcome your inherent survival evolutionary instincts, right? Your fear might tell you to move, but you can overcome that. Anger might tell you that you need to defend your vital interests. Grief might tell you you need to look for support from other people. And he is presenting sobriety as erasing these evolutionary signals. It is an opiate of the individual. It's an opiate of the self. It's another way to live in delusion while the train of reality bears down on you. He is presenting non-reactivity with wisdom and composure, but it's really just paralysis and denial presented as virtue.
Is gained. And what I mean by the big lie is the lie that says life has to conform to my expectations for me to be okay. Life has to be what I want it to be or demand it to be or think it should be for me to be happy, for me to be content, for me to be satisfied, for me to feel good about myself and to feel good about my experience.
So reality always wins, right? If you're unsafe, no amount of meditation will erase your cortisol spikes, right? If you're trapped in a toxic situation, serenity won't fix what requires confrontation, right? You might spend years mastering acceptance while avoiding the one behavioral change that might have saved you, standing up, leaving, fighting back, right? This is emotional sobriety as emotional anesthesia, right? This is staying calm as your interests and safety and security is being destroyed.
In life, we start to realize that that idea has generated so much dependence on our environment to be a certain way.
So inner peace isn't always the ideal. Inner peace doesn't show that you're mature or morally superior or have a greater level of sobriety. Sometimes you need to be agitated. Right? Agitation is not automatically immaturity. Anger is not automatically wrong. Anger doesn't mean you're going to relapse and do drugs and alcohol. Anger is often the immune system of the soul. True sobriety is not about muting these evolutionary adaptations and emotions. It's about listening accurately to what they are trying to tell you. When your life and your reality are at war, when the conditions that you're in demand action, right? Emotional neutrality becomes complicity with self-destruction.
Way for us to be okay. And what it's created is this consciousness that says, the theme of that consciousness, I'm okay if, or I'd be okay if this didn't happen. It's an I'm okay if consciousness.
All right, the antidote is not chaos and total dependence on what one other person thinks of you. It's congruence with reality. It's your emotional state should match your environment. If a train is coming, you should feel terrified. If your life is being crushed by someone or a delusion or injustice, right, your discomfort is intelligence. Real maturity is not staying calm in the face of destruction. Right? Real maturity is using your strong emotions as appropriate navigational tools to survive, to adapt, and to repair what is broken. Right? True maturity is recognizing the porous nature of reality, that we are affected by others, that we are dependent on others, that we feel the weight of the world moving through us. Right? We are not buffered souls untouched by the people around us. We're not people who should feel nothing when the train bears down on us. Right? This kind of self-containment is a false promise. Right? You don't want to stay on the tracks with the train bearing down on you and feel serenity. The point is to use your emotions of fear, anger, and grief as accurate instruments to navigate reality. You don't want to always be emotionally still. You need to recognize danger, move when it's time to move, let your heart's alarm system do its job before the train smashes you.
And that is a serious problem for us. Old triggers no longer have the power to control our lives. Where before, we got, oh my God, I know one of my old triggers.
So if something, a belief, a practice, philosophy, an attitude does not convey an adaptive fitness advantage, right, then it's BS. Right? The emotional sobriety presented here will make you less adapted to reality. It's just like the more I listened to Dennis Prager, the unhappier and less functional I became. If a behavior or mindset does not confer an adaptive advantage in survival, reproduction, alliance, and long-term resource stability, it's not an evolved trait. It's a meme. It's BS. It's not a mechanism that will help you to survive. So once you strip away the slogans, right, this presentation of emotional sobriety is an attempt to regulate your emotional volatility so that your reactions don't destroy your social alliances or lead you to impulsive self-harm. Right? That is adaptive restraint. Right? Every successful social species has evolved these inhibitory controls to keep its coalitional bonds intact, right? We want to be so emotionally regulated that we don't practice self-sabotage, right? That aids in our survival, right? We want to have emotional reactions that are adaptive and help us survive and reproduce. We want emotional sobriety that helps us stay in tune with the people we love. We want to keep our alliances, our mates, and our reputations intact. We want to be restrained so that we can better time our reactions, so that we can appropriately choose when to fight and when to withdraw. Right? People who stay stable under stress are more valuable as partners, parents, and leaders. We want to conserve our energy. We don't want to waste our rage or anxiety. We want to be regulated. We want to save our energy for action that matters. So in this understanding, right, emotional sobriety has clear fitness benefits. It shows predictability and self-control. Makes you more valuable and easier to tolerate.
It's like, my God, don't call me names. Well, you could call me any names you want. If I react to that and I take that personally, it means that I agree with you. And I no longer think you're calling me names is a problem. What the problem is that I haven't faced something about myself that you are putting in my face and giving me a chance to look at.
So when emotional sobriety becomes denial of reality, it's not helping. when your commitment to emotional sobriety means you flatten your emotions, when you numb your responses that should trigger action, escape, defense, protest, then it is maladaptive, right? If you become blind to predators, right? If you don't feel fear when you're threatened, right, you are much more likely to die. When you submit to exploitation, if you suppress anger when you should use your anger to stay safe, you will be trapped in low status roles. You'll lose credibility when you show indifference under stress. People will find that you're weak and detached, not strong. So true evolutionary advantage and a helpful adaptive attitude lies in accurate regulation of our emotions, not denial and not suppression. You want to act and feel proportionate to the situation in which you find yourself.
And the more I can use that to grow myself, the less I'm being controlled by those things that I don't want to face.
And goodness says, I don't know why Nick Fuentes is relevant. Well, he's relevant because he meets the needs of hundreds of thousands of isolated, marginalized young men who are failing at life. And he speaks to them and says, your failures in life are the fault of other people. You've been victimized, but I recognize you and I will give you dignity.
So what Dr. David Snart said, it was really great. He says, we talk about people pushing our button. He says, but the truth is, people don't come up to you and push your button. You're holding your button out. And
situations will trigger your button, right? You should have a strong reaction to certain situations. Something wrong with being triggered if a triggered reaction is the most appropriate and effective, right? Anger will give you strength to do things that you cannot do without anger. Fear will motivate you to do things that you cannot do without intense fear. Sadness and depression and a feeling of humiliation and shame will cause you to stop wasting so much energy in the world, calm down, quiet down, take some time to reflect and try to learn from your failure and humiliation.
You're inviting people to push that button all the time. That's what's going on. And you're holding it out usually in a way that you're even unconscious of. As I start to develop a solid yet flexible sense of myself, I don't have to defend your idea of who you think I am.
You do need to be able to tap into what other people think you are if you love that person and depend on that person. You need some kind of bond and clarity with that other person that is important. That if that person's important to you, then what you think of you, what they think of you, is very important for your own welfare and well-being and safety.
I know who I am. What you're saying isn't defining me. What I know defines me. Because I'm not dependent on you liking me for my self-esteem.
You have to take it into consideration.
I can be okay with you having any opinion.
Right, you cannot effectively generate your own pride and self-esteem. It depends on the esteem of other people. You get to choose whose esteem matters to you. You don't get to be an independent, buffered self who is completely oblivious to other people's feelings about you.
Opinion or thought or talk to me in any way that you need to talk to me. I don't have to have rules for our engagement. I don't need to make rules for how you're supposed to act.
All societies, all families, all communities need rules. You can't navigate reality without rules. There'll never be a time when you don't have triggers that shape your life.
It's talk about freedom. And that's really what, when you start to think about emotional sobriety, what we're really talking about is the quest for freedom. The quest for freedom so that we can be our own person and not lose ourselves in relationship.
We never get to be our own person without regard to the people who are most important to us. We are primarily members of extended families. We are not primarily individuals who get to be our own person and choose right and wrong. We're primarily part of a matrix.
Or not alienate ourselves and fall out of the other side of bed, act like we don't need anyone, that we're able to balance our need for togetherness with our sense of our individuality. Bill talks about that all the time when he defines emotional sobriety. It's the real maturity and balance, he calls it. And that's a big part of the landscape of emotional sobriety, is this balance. New behavior and patterns begin to emerge slowly. They become realistic alternatives to the old self-destructive patterns that are driven by our emotional dependency.
Well, excessive emotional independency is really bad too. You want to be appropriately interdependent with other people.
Change is really very much a process of learning and having new experiences, paying attention to what those need, becoming aware of them, figuring out what is missing. And this is very important, is what is missing in my development, that if I could develop that skill or that capacity, I could cope with this situation a lot better. That inquiry is so important in our growth and our maturity. And as we start to learn how to deal with these things better, we stop being self-destructive.
Okay, let's get back to Tucker here talking to Nick.
Has lost the election. He's on his way out. There's a resolution in the Security Council condemning the settlements in the West Bank in Israel. And typically, the U.S. delegation will veto those resolutions condemning Israel. Well, Obama's on his way out. He's got nothing to lose. So the U.S. delegation abstains from the resolution, and it passes. And Fox News and all the pro-Israel conservatives are calling him an anti-Semite.
Yeah, if you call people who aren't anti-Semites, they don't like that. And they're not going to like you. And they're going to have a reaction. And it might lead them in directions you really, really hate.
Saying he hates Jews, he's an anti-Semite, he hates Israel. And I saw that, and it struck me as strange because it seemed hypocritical. It seemed like how when conservatives would critique anything about race, we got called racist, or anything about feminism, we got called sexist.
And there's no effective rejoinder. You get accused of being racist, right? You are effectively damaged.
All Obama did was uphold U.S. policy on the West Bank that we've had since '67, which is we don't support the settlements. I said, how is it anti-Semitic to just be consistent on our U.S. foreign policy? Like I said, which is a Republican-Democrat consensus. And I got attacked for this. I wrote a big article about this. I tweeted about it. I tweeted to Ben Shapiro. I said, you know, I've never seen anything on the Daily Wire that's...
So the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro try to destroy Nick Fuentes, and it only makes him stronger.
Actually critical of Israel. And he quote tweets me. And at this time, I have 1,000 followers on Twitter.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm a freshman.
Still a freshman in college, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this is even before I started my show. And I don't know, I probably got 100 likes on this tweet. It wasn't a viral tweet. He quote tweets me and says, to accuse a Jew of dual loyalty is the surest sign of anti-Semitism. And like, this is how it's...
And that's nonsense. We all have multiple loyalties. We have loyalties to our father, to our mother, to our nation. A Christian, think about a Christian American, right? He has some loyalties to Christ and to Christianity that at times, in certain situations, will put him in conflict with his loyalties to the United States or to the Dallas Cowboys, right? The Dallas Cowboys might play a game when he should have a commitment to his church, right? We're all navigating multiple loyalties. It's not just a Jewish thing.
Sort of begins. And I see this tweet. And by the way, that was on Christmas Eve in 2016.
He immediately called you an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm. So I'm driving to Christmas Eve Mass with my family. And I see on Twitter, the notification comes up, Ben Shapiro quote tweets me, calling me an anti-Semite. And I was like, what is this? Like, why is this?
So Ben Shapiro has probably provided solace for thousands, and he's also probably provoked hundreds, if not thousands, of people who are otherwise indifferent to Jews and to the Jewish state into hostility.
This guy attacking me. You know, because I don't have a platform at this time. I'm not an influential guy or anything. And so then I put out another tweet similar. I said something like, if you're China first, you should live in China. If you're Mexico first, you should live in Mexico. If you're...
Right. It should be socially unacceptable to put any other country publicly ahead of your own country of citizenship. Right. That's just a bad evolutionary strategy.
Israel first. Maybe you should go live in Israel. And again, he quote tweets me and says, "You're an anti-Semite."
That same.
So this is Nick at his most reasonable, right? This is a very respectable, understandable reaction to persecution. Very different from the Nick who's the provocateur that we saw earlier.
Night.
This was, I think, a couple weeks later. Happened a little bit further down the line. And
that needed to be overturned, pushed aside in order to do this.
It was the Zionist Jews, like Dave Rubin, like Ben Shapiro, like Dennis Prager. It was these the guys that were really controlling the media apparatus that seemed.
So Nick thinking that Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro, and Dennis Prager control the media is delusional.
To me, to be the biggest impediment.
Right. It's very tempting to say, it's the Jews, right? I have a magic key to how the media works. It's the Jews.
Fox is not a Jewish business, though.
Well, Rupert Murdoch is an ally of Netanyahu, so he's aligned.
Yeah.
And he owns the whole News Corp empire. So, and yeah, he's certainly a part of it also.
Really interested in this topic. I'm not that interested in the Jews, but I'm very interested in the foreign policy question. Those seem like the most sincere people. Those seem like the only hope of the country to get away from this destructive.
So he's talking about the virtues of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Joe Kent.
Really self-destructive cycle.
And why is Nick anti-Marjorie Taylor Greene and Joe Kent? Because they attacked him.
Why attack them?
Well, in short, they attacked me first.
Right? It's just ego.
Like, who cares?
Well, let's take Joe.
It's insane, and it hurts us. We get nothing out of it. I completely agree with you there.
So here's Tucker promoting Christian universalism.
But the second you're like, well, actually, it's the Jews. First of all, it's against my Christian faith. Like, I just don't believe that, and I never will, period. And second, then it becomes a way to discredit. That's when I was like, this guy's a Fed.
So universalism and this Christian universalist attitude that Tucker is articulating is evolutionarily maladaptive. That's where you know it's a performance. It is BS. It is bogus.
I was totally convinced you were a Fed because I was like, here he's bear hugging like the one sincere guy who lost his wife in Syria thanks to the fucking crazy wars, neocon wars. And he's discredited. He's doing the David Duke. Like David Duke would always, every time I rolled out a new show, he would issue an endorsement of the show. I've never met the guy. What's that? Well, it's the Feds, obviously. Bad and destructive is the all Jews are guilty or all anybody is guilty of anything, because that's just like not true. And we don't believe that as Christians to say you're not talking about all Jews when you oppose a foreign policy position. It's not.
Well, different groups have different interests, right? It's normal and logical that Jews might have a particular interest in the Jewish state, but most American Jews choose to live in America. Most American Jews are far more interested in American interests than they are in Israel's interests. If they were primarily about Israel, they would, in all likelihood, live in Israel.
There's nothing liberal about that. It's just true. That's the.
They're saying he hates Jews. He's an anti-Semite.
Okay, I played that where.
Pushing back, subtle. He's making fun of you. You don't know it. The audience knows it. He knows the art. Candace, talent. Dave Smith, talent. We used to have a comedian working here called Marcelo Hernandez, who is now on SNL. I don't know if you know who he is or not. Incredible. Yeah. He used to produce Adam's show. And I said, this guy's going to do something special. Now he's on SNL. Vinny, talent.
I don't think Obama hates Jews. Obama's supported by the Jewish left. People like Saul Alinsky mentored him.
So there are Jews on the left who are more invested in leftism and socialism than they are in Judaism and Jewish nationalism and Zionism. Doesn't make them bad. It just means that they have a different hero system from me, who's a Jewish nationalist and an ardent Zionist. So different Jews, different non-Jews have different hero systems.
Influenced him. So I don't think he hates Jews. I think that he's just carrying out. Accusing Jews of dual loyalty is the surest sign that you're an anti-Semite.
At 1,000.
Oh, yeah, and everyone has multiple loyalties. Right. This is Ben Shapiro at age 18. He wrote a blog post about transferring Arabs out of Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza.
Map was doomed from the start. The Arab Rob, I can't see it. Enmity of Jews.
And Ben Shapiro has backed down on this socially unacceptable position.
And the state Israel alone, no peace. The time for half measured has passed. Bulldozing house of homicide bombers. Yeah, but if he would have written this the other way around, let's say he's not a Jew, and he writes it about getting rid of Israel or making a comment about Jews, that would be the equivalent of saying having sex with a dog is the same as degenerate, the way you put it down. To me, that would be the equivalent, not this. And the reason why I say that
to mentor Nick
to communities, Muslim and Jews, which one concerns you more?
Jews, for sure.
Tell me why.
More powerful. They're more powerful.
So more powerful in a way, you're talking the fact that they have money, finance, Hollywood. Is that what you're
yeah, they have more position in American society.
And how do you think they got that?
I think they got it because they are extremely connected. They're a transnational entity. You know, this is how the Rothschilds got started. Their superpower is that they live everywhere, and they have their Jewish identity supersedes their local identity.
Well, there are all sorts of ways you can test that. And for most American Jews, for example, their American identity is demonstrably, behaviorally, empirically far stronger than the Jewish identity. Only about 10 to 15% of American Jews are Orthodox Jews.
So a Jewish person in America or in Germany or in France or in the UK, they can all talk to each other and work together.
Do you think that's a bad thing?
Not.
And you find plenty of other groups who also network with members of their own overseas. So this delusion he has that American Jews are primarily about the Jewish state and Jewish interests just finds no basis in reality, when the empirical evidence is quite clear that American Jews overwhelmingly primarily identify as American.
In and of itself, it is detrimental for America, though.
Is it detrimental, though? Because, I'm a Syrian, right? Mm-hmm. And I wish Assyrians were more like this. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you why I did and what worked for them. For example, to me, when I think about Jews, I think about Mormons, I think about Scientology, right? I think Scientologists have it maybe more than Jews. So I think Jews
is ganging up. Well, we're the whites, we're the blacks. But if society becomes, American society in particular, a place where every group is ganging up, well, we're the whites, we're the blacks, we're the Jews, then I think...
So diversity means that we have less in common. And so we are becoming a more diverse and more tribal country. And different groups have different interests. And so Nick is talking about an uncomfortable part of reality that Conservatism Incorporated doesn't really address.
What America is starts to come apart, and it turns into kind of like a bit of a politicized race war. And I think that you either have to have a society where everybody gets to play by those rules and everybody could be pro what they...
Yeah, people tend to act in their own interests, right? And people feel varying degrees of comfort with a strong in-group identity. And for some people, their primary loyalty is racial. For others, it's civic. For others, it's religious or moral or philosophical or occupational.
They are, or everybody is assimilated and we're all Americans. And
people are complicated, right? People have many different levels of identity.
And that's why I say it's detrimental, is that if Jewish people are Jewish first, not of...
And he can't provide any evidence because he's not primarily interested in truth, because most American Jews haven't been to Israel and don't care that much about Israel.
Of buying for America, but of buying for the Jewish nation, this is...
And all the evidence points in the opposite direction. About a third of American Jews are heavily invested in Israel, a third don't care, and a third are mildly invested in Israel.
Problematic when they're in positions of power, because are they looking out for all?
So the most successful Jews tend to be the least tribal Jews, right? They tend to have the weakest in-group identity because it's a lot easier to successfully navigate a diverse America if you're not 10 out of 10 in your in-group Jewish identity.
All of us? Or are they looking out for themselves first? And when you look at the Israel policy, that's where people start to say...
Well, pretty much everyone is 95% selfish. That goes for Jews, it goes for non-Jews.
think you're looking out for yourselves first. I think you're biased. And unfortunately, you're using the public purse and American soldiers.
So he is touching on something that the Israel lobby in the United States has been disproportionately successful. And that success has not 100% correlated with America's best interests. So now the Israel lobby has to pay the price for their overreach.
To fight your own battles. And that's the problem. It's not, I don't have hatred for them. I don't have a problem with them in themselves or even what they do. It's just that with our system, that doesn't work.
You know what I would say to that as well?
Okay, let's leave it there.